All right, people. All right. So let me just put that there, most importantly, and do a quick sound check. Bring up your comments that I can see. Just doing a quick sound check. Make sure everything is loud and clear, people. Loud and clear. Allahu Akbar. Let me just bring that closer to me. And right. So un momento. Right, so let me just take a sip of that. Vah, vah. So, guys, is the sound coming through all clear? Let me just get a confirmation from the people. Audio is good. I like it. I like it. Inna alhamdulillah wa kafah. صلاة والسلام على رسوله المصطفى وعلى عباده الذين ارتضى ومن بهداهم اهتدى وبآثار أهل المدينة اقتفى وبعد فسلام الله على القوم أهلا وسهلا ومرحبا people. All right. So whilst you're all tuning in, clicking like and share, as I'm sure you are, right, what I'm going to do is just bring up today's Allah, what we're going through today. So I'll let you guys do that whilst I just open this file. Go for right, where is it? March. It is March. all right, peoples. Mm-hmm. It's odd. Ya salam. Can't seem to. There it is. Okay, so Bismillah. I wanted to take a look today at a topic that I think it concerns us all. And it ties many factors together. So we're looking at from things like time, opportunity, life, fear, potential, self-sabotage. That's the key word for today. And I've put it under this theme, or pinned it together with this theme: fear disguised as practicality. Allah, Allah. And I thought we'll take a look at some Quranic guidance on that. And also, as a story to introduce, I thought, you know what, last week we spoke of Khayzuran, and I think in between, my sporadic sudden dyslexia takes over sometimes. So I think half of the way, or more than half of the way, I was saying her name as Khairuzan. It's Khayzuran. But since we were looking at female archetypes, I thought, why not introduce Wallada bint al-Mustakfi? Allah, Allah. The Spanish Muslim princess and her legacy. A love story that also faces its more than fair share of anguish. And with her Ibn Zaydun, who is the other half of her love story. So I thought, and that zeroing in on this theme of lost potential, especially by means of self-sabotage. And yeah, so fear disguised as practicality. And this was inspired as a title by Jim Carrey's speech, who really highlights this point of we often take the path in life of fear. but we disguise it, we coat it with being practical. So it's maybe we're too scared at times to succeed. Maybe we're afraid of embarrassment. What if we try to succeed and we fail miserably? Will we be the laughing stock of our people? Will we recover from this embarrassment? Will we? And these questions, they remain. So often we may tell ourselves that, no, I'm actually being very sensible. Or we may tell ourselves, it's not really practical. Let's say someone wishes to pursue a passion they've always had. It could be an art. It could be, let's say, it could be a business that they've wanted to pursue. It could be a relationship. There's so many things. Somebody wanting to learn something, to further their learning. Somebody, whether that's going to be in the general sciences or in the arts or the humanities or in Islam, whatever it is, somebody wanting that they had a connection with someone and they thought, what, I'd love to, this is something special I should have pursued. I should pursue it. Or somebody thinking, man, I always wanted to open that cafe. I had this great business plan. I always wanted to have this little startup. Somebody thinking there's so many things. Somebody thinking, I always wanted to paint. But yet, then they lull themselves out of it by telling themselves, it's not really practical, is it? They say, you've got, you want to do this startup, you're currently in this job, you've got, you've got the perpetuity, the kind of the steadfastness of this income. Do you really, it's not practical risking it. You want to take that relationship, it's not practical. Think of, all these people are going to be upset, all this is going to happen. Or you want to really study, think about it. You got to wake up every day, you got to go to class, you got to do this, it's not really. Or even, I need to get to the gym, I need to fix up my health, I need to fix up I'm not happy with the way I look. But is it practical though? Going to the gym every 3 days a week, doing this, is this really practical? And this license that we have, this kind of card that we use of practicality, this is often an excuse for the well-trodden path of fear, that we're just too frightened to do it. And in light of that, I thought there's a story which I think in some way, or to somewhat encapsulate that as well, about Wallada, and we'll come to that. So, right. People, the Army of Bukhari, if you haven't watched it, it is on YouTube. Check it out. As you can see, an epic thumbnail right there. All credit. Shukran, Nora. Much appreciated. But you can see, those of you that haven't watched this, it was about Mawla Ismail, and definitely it's from the Strength in Stories segment. You should catch up on that. Right. So, people, I've got a quote for you. And since we often begin with one inspired by Maulana Jalaluddin himself, move, but don't move the way fear makes you move. Allah. What a quote, huh? Move, but don't move the way fear makes you move. That you see, sometimes decisions, they are being practical, and practical is good. So it's not that practicality is negative, and it's not that being sensible is negative. It sure as hell is not. But you have to go back to first mover principles. And what I mean by first mover principles are, put all of this aside for a moment. What is it that is moving you? Are you being moved by fear, or just by reason, or by what are the first mover principles? And then fine, move, but don't move the way fear makes you move. That don't do it as a consequence of just simply being too afraid to achieve it or to give it a go. And in light of that, people, क्या बात है, दो हिस्सों में बट गई जिंदगी हमारी, अभी उम्र नहीं, अब उम्र नहीं तुम्हारी. That is such a quote, I have to say. Wow, that is such a poem. That दो हिस्सों में, that in two segments or two sections, बट गई जिंदगी हमारी. Our life, or this life of mine, has ended up being divided into दो हिस्सों में, बट गई जिंदगी हमारी, अब उम्र नहीं. That, relax, you're too young yet. You haven't reached that age yet. Ab umar nahi, and ab umar nahi tumhari. Allah. And now you're not that young anymore to be doing these kind of things. Honestly, I love this poem. It is so. दो हिस्सों में बट गई जिंदगी हमारी, अब उम्र नहीं, अब उम्र नहीं तुम्हारी. And I think this poem will underpin the story that we'll circle back to today on Wallada. So, and this reminds me of another poem by Zafar Iqbal, where he says, इस शौक पे मरना तो बड़ी बात है, लेकिन कहते हैं कि इस उम्र में अच्छा नहीं लगता. He says that to die over such enthusiasm and passion is in itself an achievement. It's a feat. I mean, this is, wow, it's an accomplishment. But it's just that they say it doesn't quite suit you in this age. That's an epic one. Rifi Johnston, shukran, much love for the super chat, dearly appreciated. We'll bring up some people's greetings. Let's just take this off. All right. So I thought, let's begin with these poems, because they really, let's just check who we got with us today. The one German dude who wasn't allowed in art school and ended up becoming a dictator and starting a world war. Azan ji, so well said, huh? Wow, how villains are made. One must, seriously, it is in many ways what you're saying is actually so true, that you can't underestimate. I mean, let's look at it as Imagine we're aliens, just kind of looking down, an alien view on Earth. Now, a person like Hitler, just look at the potential the man had. I mean, what he did, you have to remember, he wasn't acting in a vacuum. It wasn't just somebody that jumped up and forced people to follow him. There was an interaction between him and the German people at the time. I'm not saying today German people, but that time. And he was incredibly charismatic, charming, empowering. I mean, if you look at what he did, it's like, wow, honestly. I don't know whether he just coincidentally did it or he kind of strategically planned everything, because there's no short of a stroke of genius in how he engineers his whole thing. You can call it a deen. His deen. It's this religion kind of way of life that he orchestrates. Just think about it. From gestures, symbolic gestures, to something as simple as this, to a great vision, tying it into an archetype of some kind of lost grail, this holy grail almost of the master race, providing this story, because people need stories. See, they're in the low of the low. They're in a Great Depression, Germany was. So he provides them all of this vision far beyond their imagination of a master race, backs it with pseudoscience. So, blind them with science. And then brings the charisma, brings uniform. You see, when you create uniforms, now something psychology teaches you is the purpose of a uniform is it de-individuates. It removes the individual and consolidates the group. You displace guilt and you find brotherhood, or you find belonging and identity. Then he gave it symbols. Swastika. Think about, like, these things are not small things. These are the things that make this is the stuff of religions, having grand narratives, having some kind of creation myth, having some kind of the way he's doing this master race. It came from somewhere. The Aryans obviously got it all wrong, but it doesn't matter. It's not like the public are going to know any better. Gave them this vision, gave them a dream, de-individuated them through uniform, gave them symbols, showed. So, I mean, it's like, and all that potential was in this man who takes charge when he sees this weakness. Now, imagine if Hitler had been a force for good. Imagine he had, in his time, because this man was a man who wanted to get into art school. God knows, he may have been like the next Van Gogh or something, but this is it, isn't it? That lost potential. But in his case, obviously, he actualizes his potential, but in a very malignant, evil, harmful, criminal way. But yeah, such is the story of life. Enantiodroma, people, how the potential and things within them carry the potential for their opposites. Yeah, how easily brainwashed people can get. Yeah, it's true. I mean, people can get. Mahmoud Abdul Baqi, shukran, much love. I am an alien. We're all aliens, I guess, in some way of looking at it. Mufti upload where did it go? The Risala lectures, inshallah, Inshallah. Dil torne wale. Kya baat hai. Those who break hearts. Look at the tag name, huh? Those who break hearts. Wow. There's there's that तेरी महफिल में आके हम बदनाम हुए निगाह ज़माना में बेनाम हुए तुमने कहा था बिछड़ेंगे ना हम तेरे ही हाथों से नीलाम हुए wow. Urdu poetry does have something to it. See? He says that's dedicated to the tag name we had there, those who break hearts. He said that teri mehfil mein aake badnaam hue, that we came into your gatherings and then we got this bad reputation. Nigahe zamana mein benam hue, that we lost our name in the eyes of the age, that we lost our reputation, that तूने कहा था और तुमने कहा था तुमने वादा किया था बिछड़ेंगे ना कभी, that you had vowed that we would never separate. तेरे ही हाथों नीलाम हुए. I gotta say, the way Urdu poets bring things together, he says, and it was by your hands that we got auctioned off. Wow, Urdu, you gotta love it. Yeah, history makes it seem like he just snapped for no reason. Yeah, it's interesting how, obviously, and people, there was a TV series a while back. I didn't really get into it, but it was one based on this, that the Nazis had won the war and they were then running the show, not like how you have the Western world, let's say UK, France, US, how they've kind of dictated the culture as well. So in that TV series, it's the Nazis and Japan, and they've won the war and they've kind of shaped the world, and it's now post World War II. I thought the theme was epic, but I just for some reason couldn't get into it. I remember trying to watch it, but yeah. Let's move on. All right. Seema, shukran, much love for the super chat. Do you have any advice for spiritual preparation before Ramadan besides practicing forgiveness and gratitude? I do. And I think in many ways, we're going to be able to tie it into today's session. Okay, so when we go to the Quranic guidance, I'm going to remind us that why it's even more pertinent and relevant with Ramadan just around the corner. So shukran for that reminder, and we'll come to that. All right. Ilyas saying, hello, Abu Layth. Well, hello. Ilyas, how you doing, man? I don't know who that is, by the way. And why the repetition of names, but khair, why not? Huh? Right, so so what's going on, people? In other news, I finally, believe it or not, I'd never watched Peaky Blinders. Can you believe that? I'd never watched Peaky Blinders. And in other news, I've now caught up with that almost. It's very, I have to say, some incredible just quotations in it, just quotes. They are epic. And it is very strange hearing all the Birmingham references. So they'll reference areas and it just seems so strange here on TV. Why has life been feeling more unreal recently? That's an interesting one, Sayyidah. I take it Sayyidah Fatima. Shukran, first of all. Much love for the super chat. I want to, on this note, Sayyidah. Okay, so here's what I think. Check this out. So, I mean, we've spoken previously about consciousness, and we've mentioned how presumably how consciousness, we understand consciousness to work. And if you think about it, we're all conscious, but I feel some more than others, especially when it comes to self-consciousness. Just as adults would be more self-conscious than children, and women would be more self-conscious, I feel, than men. And I mean, this could be just in brief, very minuscule levels, but they would definitely, I would feel that they are more self-conscious, self-aware than men are self-aware. And then the presence of a woman, it impacts the kind of frequency of that self-awareness for men. So men become more self-aware through the presence of a woman. And then once they are self-aware, you see, I feel it's like exponential causality. That there is this knock-on effect of people, as you heighten your self-awareness, your self-consciousness, I feel you're not acting in a vacuum. You are affecting a kind of frequency that you have of the ruh, of this consciousness, of self-awareness, thereby making people around you also heightened, or at least somewhat elevated in their self-awareness. And I feel that there is a kind of rise in this in our age. That at a social level, this then collective consciousness, if you like, or the mind at large, or this kind of networked arwah, as the hadith al-arwah junudun mujannada, that there is a heightened self-awareness that is giving a feedback loop. So I do feel that we, in this age, and it doesn't have to mean everybody is, but it's in the air, at least considerably. So that's my thoughts on it. I don't know how you guys feel about that thought, but I mean, just as a personal view, I mean, but I do feel that. Yeah. All right, so let's is primary sclerosing cholangitis hereditary, like exponential causalities that exist at a collective consciousness? Kya baat hai yaar? I'm going to need some definitions here. That's nothing to do with the sclera, is it? No, to do with the eye thing, is it? But okay. Well, what a question. What a question. We'll have to forward that to our medical expert team. But shukran, Muhammad Harun. You see, collective consciousness doesn't, it's more to do with the mind, the ruh. It's not something about, but obviously there is a mind-body connection. There is this, you can't escape that. So it is true, people can make themselves sick. I'm not saying that is making themselves sick, rather, sorry, we have to go back to it. I'm not saying sclerosing, cholangitis, and angioedema. Rather, I'm not saying these. But yeah, it is interesting, psychosomatic illnesses, nothing to do with this. I'm just saying how people they can make themselves ill, but people can make themselves better as well. Obviously not in everything, but it's shocking, no short of a miracle in the kind of things that we can, though. And you just have to study placebo effects to see that acting out its potential. And it's really just begins with the mind. Obviously, this isn't to belittle, I'm just saying belittle health conditions. This is just to say that the power of the mind and belief is of inestimable value. Right, so let's move on to the verse. But before we do, Mufti Saab, why are you not present in Clubhouse? Yeah, Clubhouse, yeah. Because don't people just argue on there? Isn't that what they do? Mufti, are you familiar with the works of David Hawkins? I am, of recent. I mean, so this is a somewhat of a more recent discovery, and he's an absolute gem. Absolute gem. I feel that it's, I was speaking to somebody in our one-to-one perspective sessions, and I was just highlighting that it's unfortunate that we don't have, as Muslims, we don't have many people tackling the kind of problems that unhealthy religiosity can bring with it. So just slightly, without getting into it too much, so let's just zero in on that. Religion, the power of faith, is unfathomably and majestically powerful. I mean, it is such a boost in life. It is something that will get you. People who have faith are not only usually healthier, they come back from adversity stronger. They usually can recover from whether it's going to be physical or biological or even just situational crises much better than their counterparts who don't have faith. Faith usually on all levels is so empowering. This is the gift of Iman that right throughout the Quran you see this being spoken of. Remember, the Quran is speaking of faith. It is always addressing Iman. In fact, it addresses the believers as just the people of faith. Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu. Those of you who have faith. It seldom addresses Muslims as Muslims. The Quran does use the word Islam and it does use the word Muslim, but very rarely. And in fact, on one or two occasions, it uses it to distinguish between those people who don't really have faith, but they're just following the rituals. They may not be hypocrites, but they're just not. So, قالت الأعراب آمنا, that the Arab, the Bedouin said, we have faith. Allah says, don't say you have faith. You don't. But you've submitted to the fold of Islam. Now, so that's, but there's nothing wrong in using the word Islam or saying we are Muslims. There's nothing wrong in that, and it's now a social identity. But just first of all, beginning from the fact that in the Quran and the Sunnah, this is not the case. Islam in the Quran and Sunnah does not really address you as a Muslim. It addresses you as one of faith, as the one who has faith. And it seldom uses, but there's no harm in using the word. It's not against you using the word Islam, but this is not how in the Prophet's time they used it. They didn't used to go around saying, those people are Muslims. Is that guy a Muslim? They would have said, is he a mu'min? This is how they would have used it in the Prophet's time. It is true, arguably, that this comes in more during the time of Bani Umayyah, especially with Abdul Malik ibn Marwan trying to demarcate a different identity and make us very distinct to Christians and Jews. So, and then a lot of this appears in his time, this usage, and there's a strong push, and there's no harm in it. I'm not saying it's a negative thing, but it's just interesting to know where it comes from. So, okay, now coming back to this whole thing of faith, it is so powerful, so just enriching on every level. However, like anything, there can be side effects, okay, which are unwanted and not from it. So you could take, like, I could give you could eat food which is very healthy, but there could be a side effect. Maybe you have an allergy to a particular kind of thing. Maybe the food, when it was presented to you, it went off. Maybe somebody left it in the heat and the food's now got spoiled. Or maybe, there could be many things. Food poisoning, something's got into it. It doesn't mean the food itself. The food itself is a source of nourishment and healthy, but by the time it makes it from there to you, something could have gone wrong, and something could be wrong with you to start off with. So you've got allergies. So just somewhat analogously going with that. So religion, for some people, you see, it turns like they get caught up with some of the side effects, which shouldn't really happen, but it does. And this is things like, so people are, let's say they're praying, they're doing things, but many people are just doing this as a kind of fear that if I don't do it, I'm going to get burnt by the hellfire. And so everything is simply about rendering like ticking a box so as not to be hurt and tortured. So a person thinks, oh my God, I don't pray. I'm gonna burn in the hellfire. Oh damn, I better pray. Damn. I better kind of. So this archetype that they project of God is this one who is a very strict accountant, almost like he's like a tax man. That if you don't submit, when your accounts are submitted, God to them is this kind of ultimate muhasib, this one who will take you to account, and you will be then punished, just as the taxman will not spare you if he catches you. And the taxman doesn't really have a relationship with you that is of a friend. It's a very stern relationship. It's not what the dynamic is not like, hey, how you doing? It's very professional, and it's just about, it could be polite when the tax HMRC write you, that they can be polite. somewhat friendly, but stern and professional. And there's no informality to it. There's no bond and dynamism between you and them. They're just there to take their money. If you fall short, you will be punished. Now, right, so now, okay, so they get caught up in this projection of God, that they think God is, oh my God, I didn't pray Salah today, damn, I missed my Salah, I'm going to get punished, I'm going to get burnt. Yes, I better beg his forgiveness, I better beg his forgiveness. And then what happens is then they look around and everybody else, not everybody, but for the most part, almost everybody, doesn't do these things. So most people don't pray. As in Salah. Most Muslims don't pray Salah. I'm not saying that it's a good thing, but let's just be honest. I've argued that probably it's a stretch to say anything, even 10% of Muslims. I would probably put it about 5 and argue that's a stretch. That 5% of Muslims pray 5 prayers. I wouldn't believe that's the case at all. But that's okay. Let's just stretch it. Let's say 5% of Muslims. So if you live in a Muslim area, Muslim areas ain't that far from here. Let's say we went to Alam Rock in Birmingham. If I stopped randomly 10 people, I would argue every 10 I stop, it's very unlikely 1 out of those 10 people that are just walking prays 5 times a day. I think that would be very rare. I'm that certain of it. I mean, obviously, if you went and stood outside a mosque, that's different. But I mean, just on the casual Muslim populated areas. So now this person is witnessing these other people and he's thinking, or she's thinking, damn, this guy's going to burn in hell. She's going to burn. They're going to burn. They're going to burn. Oh my God, all these people are just going to burn. Now, this becomes a very, a neurotic way of looking at the world. This is very unhealthy. This understanding of everything is simply about firefighting. You are simply damage control. And then they don't know how to get out of this. And then and now this has different elements to it. On one kind of splinter reaction to this is self-righteousness. Sometimes people start thinking that they're actually better than all these people because they do pray. And that happens. Unfortunately, people start thinking that. The other way is they just get so bogged down into thinking that, oh my God. And then all this potential of life has gone. This is not how, you see, okay, if a person wants to live like that, maybe to these people, it debilitates them. They can't function. I've got actually clients, I'm telling you, that they cannot function. Their life becomes it comes to a standstill. It becomes like OCD. It's so obsessive and intrusive, these thoughts are. And no Muslim scholars that I'm aware of deal with this issue. You see, it's the elephant in the room. And maybe that's because, maybe they feel that if we address it, we don't know, maybe they're not confident in addressing it, or maybe they are confident, but they think that if I address it, I might get too much backlash from people. I don't want to ever, I don't know, but whatever the reason, but generally people don't address this. How do you address that? And that is that you have to, for these people, and this is why the people that are part of my kind of network loop that I'm speaking to, people that I'm having this conversation for, I always highlight to them that, you see, this, in my way, that of looking at the Quran with all its beautiful glory is that it's speaking about mercy and compassion. That a person shouldn't see God. It never addresses God as this kind of accountant, this kind of taxman, somewhat of a taxman. And people, they need to stop that. Especially these people who are becoming debilitated. So yeah, these are huge challenges because, and I think sometimes this is where we were mentioning, I think in the beginning you were mentioning some other people that they may have this. So you can listen today. I feel many Muslims listen to people that are non-Muslim then, but have faith. And they find so much meaning from them that they unfortunately can't find from their own speakers, Islamic speakers, because the Islamic speakers are just either just giving the normal kind of nice stories and nice preaching. And there's nothing wrong with stories. Stories are beautiful. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but they're not tackling this issue. And maybe it's a scary issue. Maybe this, why is it not being tackled, is a conversation that needs to be had. But yeah, so that's the elephant in the room. Yeah, it comes down to the wrathful God of the Old Testament. It's very, it's very freaky for people. For some people, those people who it isn't, that's awesome. But I've come across a fair share of people. Right, let's move on. Let's see who we've got. All right. All right, I've got no. All right, yeah, Dr. Peterson, yeah. So this is why I feel that in this day and age, many Muslims are gaining so much from people like Dr. Dr. Jordan Peterson. Well, see, that's my dyslexia, which I don't own up to. Dr. Jordan Peterson, amongst other people, like you mentioned, was it David Hawkins or other people? There's these people, they provide some nourishment for something that people are not getting. Zainul Abidin, no one said that you'll be punished. He can also forgive. He can also beginning when we are. Yeah, I mean, I get the gist of what you're saying. I know, right. I think you probably missed the point of what I was saying. So I think it's probably fair to leave it. You see, I think you've missed the trees for the woods. I'm not saying, you see, you're saying no one said this. What I'm saying is there's an elephant in the room, especially with several people, that maybe you don't speak to people therapeutically, you don't deal with people. But if you did, you'd realize that there's a lot of people who, it's like saying, you see, you don't see things when like you may not see people with illnesses, but you're not a doctor. So people don't come to you, but they do go to a doctor. You can ask a doctor in his locality how healthy do you think the people are in this locality that come to you? And he could say, well, bloody hell, it's a nightmare. He could ask somebody who just wanders, who just lives on a particular road and he says, no, I think everybody's fine. I've never come across anybody with any illness. But then why would he come across people? Because people are not coming to him. They're not approaching him. So when you have people approach you on matters of faith, you come to realize where people are struggling. And a lot of people are struggling with this kind of imbalance, this narrative that life is just one that you ought to just get out of it clean, like just save yourself and get out, save yourself from the fire kind of thing. This narrative it may have been very healthy it may be very healthy for certain parts of the world, but definitely people living in this part of the world find it very challenging. And maybe many people do live up to that narrative, but this is where they then suffer neurotically, and then you see that when they raise these questions and they tell you in confidentiality what they actually think of the faith, and where they fear they're not being judged. Because I have those conversations with people that say that they are, that they want to give up on Islam, that they've had enough of it, that this is what people keep telling them. I've had people break down. I've had people. So this, when you see that, and you see it from many, not one, you get a little idea that okay. So okay, let's move on. Right, I want to. Oh, did I miss a super chat? Right, let me just go back. Hey, sir, much love. Shukran for the super chat. I've recently discovered you and have really improved my life in so may Allah if you ease in this. Shukran. May Allah bless you, Qaisar. Vah, Caesar, all hail Caesar. No, shukran. These words mean a lot. They do. Sometimes, like everyone, we're in our own world, and we think to ourselves, what am I even saying, and what am I even doing? And then somebody will say something, and it's very meaningful, and it's kind of, it touches the soul, nourishes the soul in a good way, in a healthy way. Icy Saracen, much love. Shukran for the super chat. Yar, Mufti, why does Jordan Peterson get a pass despite his anti-Muslim stance, while Richard Dawkins, Sam Harris, and Christopher Hitchens get blacklisted by Muslims? Right, I don't think. Okay, I'm going to be a bit apologetic for Dr. Jordan Peterson. I don't think he's anti-Muslim. Right, I don't think so. I've heard more of his recent things where he's very celebratory, celebrating his Muslim fan base and his Muslim audience. And I've watched a clip of his where he laughs, and he tells the people, he says, many Muslims think, he says, many of my Muslim fans say that Jordan Peterson is actually a Muslim, he just doesn't know it. So I don't think he's anti-Muslim, but I think he said certain things in bad taste, and that should not have been said by somebody as so intelligent as him, because he knows, he's a master of words. I mean, this man is just wow. If you want to understand expression incarnate, this is the man. He is so truly, God has gifted him. And so for somebody like that to say words about the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, albeit in ignorance, but still it's not right, because he's so intelligent and knows better. That said, I think he's very rapidly, swiftly corrected himself and said that he doesn't. This is what I've seen of him. The other thing is, you have to understand, he is the Abul Walid al-Baji to the Ibn Hazm of our age. When Ibn Hazm just spread like wildfire and there was nobody to stop him, not a single soul would dare stand and debate him. Not that people weren't trying, but they were failing abysmally, until Abul Walid al-Baji returned from his travels to the east. And Abul Walid al-Baji, the legend Maliki Don, he went kind of head to head and toe to toe with the heavyweight Ibn Hazm, and Ibn Hazm himself had to concede that Ladka takkar hai, I've met my match. He never conceded that he lost, but he said that truly I've met a worthy adversary, a worthy opponent. And Jordan Peterson is like that to celebrity atheism. The man has single-handedly, I feel, brought back faith into the public domain as something reputable and sophisticated. It's true. No, I can't see anybody that could have done that. And it was, and believe me, the trajectory was looking abysmal. It was looking so. Look, I admire people like Christopher Hitchens. I admire Sam Harris. I admire Richard Dawkins. And I don't think people should hate on them, even though they hate, even though they, in varying degrees, have. They've all been very critical of Islam and religions as a whole, and some have even shown somewhat hate at times. But still, you don't have to be like that. You don't have to, just if somebody hates you, you don't have to hate them back. Yeah. Take the higher ground. They are truly geniuses. There's no doubting that people like Sam Harris, Richard Dawkins, and the Four Horsemen, Dan Dennett as well. These people are geniuses. Let's just be honest. There's no harm in, the problem is when we find somebody that's against us, we pretend the person is such a jahil, such an ignorant fool, and blah 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 blah. That's really reflecting our own insecurities. You should be secure enough to admire the talent that the opponent has, the skill set they bring to the table, because they have truly upped the game. I mean, these people, because you are only as good as your best opponent. Otherwise, who were people of faith going to go up against? And they were really giving it hard and heavy for the past decade and a half. Like these people, a decade at least, that it was the decade of atheism. They smashed to pieces, to smithereens, people of faith. I mean, it was becoming embarrassing for, put Muslims aside, look at non-Muslims. They were embarrassed to admit that they had faith. Because Muslims live in a bubble, so it's different, because we just live in closed communities. But if you look at the greater non-Muslim societies in the West, they weren't prepared to own their faith until the likes of Jordan Peterson emerged. And so, yeah, we have to be very grateful that, and Allah, the Lord, works in mysterious ways. So, yeah. Somebody said, Muslims go to Dawkins and deny evolution. And no wonder he doesn't take us seriously. Dawkins is amazing, honestly. I think these people are incredible testaments to human potential. And this ties into today's lesson. Wallahi, look, like them, loathe them, or hate them. It doesn't mean they have to do it for your sake. They don't have to do it for Islam. But they have contributed to human intelligence. It's just observing human potential. This insan, bari cheez hai, where insan can get to. You have to admire it, even if they're going to have the audacity to challenge God. That too, it's like Aziz Mia says in his Qawali, Adami hai benazir. Says insan is incomparable. You can't compare him to anything. That he says, in his Qawali, he says that he even challenges God. Cheese kya hai? What is this thing? What is insan? You can't even see us from outside, from space. We are imperceptible. We're not even a speck. Not even a speck. I mean, you could probably see a speck. We are invisible. We don't count from just space. And yet, the audacity. And Allah shows that in the Quran. That says, marvels. Yeah, look at insan. ضرب لنا مثلا, that he gives now examples for us. God says, وَنَسِيَ نَفْسَهُ, and forgets himself. قال من يحيي هذه العظام وهي رميم. And insan's challenging God, saying, how can life be brought back to these things? But you see, in this, there's two ways of looking at this. One is getting caught up in that negativity and seeing, oh my God, these people are doing such, they're saying this about God, toba, 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 toba. But the other way of looking at it is, well, it doesn't hurt God. Nothing harms God. Let people say it. Isn't it a testimony to what God says in the Quran? That inni a'lamu ma la ta'lamun. That this insan I'm putting on earth, he will rise to such powers that eventually he will try to remove me from the equation. And the angels are thinking, this insan, this thing. Allah says, Inni a'lamu ma la ta'lamun. So in many ways, you see, you could see this as getting angry. Insan is doing this. Or you could see the kind of amusing beauty in it. That this is a creation of God. That look at the potential and look at the delusion of grandeur. That it's amusing. Somewhat cute from a distance. you think, wow. You see, we are all, whether we want to or not, we all are all are indicative of the divine will of God. We all reflect intimations of the transcendental will. We all do. And you can see that in people, and see that as with the eye of good, like as that you think, wow, amazing. So yeah, I missed another super chat. Muhammad Hussein, shukran. Much love for the super chat. How would you finish Maghrib prayer if you join Jamaat in the last rak'ah, stand one rak'ah, then sit, or stand two, then if you join Maghrib and you catch one prayer, so you catch one rak'ah, okay, excellent, and then stand one rak'ah, then sit, or stand two and then sit. No, so what you do is you build on you do bina al af'al and you do qada fil aqwal. Okay, so you build upon the actions and you make up for the verbal things you've missed. So as an example, if you've caught one rak'ah, the rak'ah you stand up for now, you'll treat that as your second. So, I mean, it is your second, but you're going to treat it as a second and then sit. Okay, because you've done two and then you'll get up for the third. So I hope that helps. That's the majority way of looking at that. Right, guys, let's take a look at today's verse. So, A'udhu Billahi Minash Shaitanir Rajeem. I wanted to take a look at this verse from Surah Al-Ahzab, verse 72. Right, that إنا عرضنا الأمانة على السماوات والأرض والجبال فأبين أن يحملنها وأشفقن منها وحملها الإنسان إنه كان ظلوما جهولا. And then there's a second verse which will follow up from Surah Mulk. الذي خلق الموت والحياة ليبلوكم أيكم أحسن عملا وهو العزيز الغفور. Now, I want us to remember the axiom, the rule, the qanun, okay, the lens when we approach the Quran, and that is of superpositions. That the Quran, how, depending on who and where they are in life and how they're looking at the Quran, it will give them multiple meanings to add value to their lives. That's from the beauty and the majesty of the Quran, right? So let's take a look at this verse. Now, I know many people have taken a look at this verse, Surah Al-Ahzab, and it's mentioning that, it's highlighting that Allah is saying that we presented this amana, this entrusted entity, whatever it is, to the heavens, to the cosmos, to the earth, to the mountains, and they couldn't bear it. An insan carried it. An insan is transgressing and ignorant. Now, many people have looked at this verse and they've said, oh, this is talking about taklif. Taklif in Arabic means, it doesn't mean taklif in Urdu. Taklif in Urdu means like suffering or pain, but taklif in Arabic means liability, which I guess that's interesting that Urdu made that connection with liability. And what taklif in Arabic means, Islamic capacity. So once you are mukallaf, you are liable to conduct certain actions. You can have the responsibilities for them. So what we'd call today maybe like legal, or somewhat legal capacity. Having capacity in a legal sense, that term is taklif in Arabic. So some people said, well, maybe this means taklif. And some people said maybe it means something else. And I know Ibn Ashur also covers the aql, that, reason, voice of reason. And I think that's more on towards what we want to take a look at. See, I invite us to take a look at this verse again. And you're going to and read it with me, right? That inna aradna al-amanata. That what is this? And the reason I'm saying this verse is because somebody asked me. They said to me, Mufti, there's this verse, and Allah gave this responsibility to the heavens, and then we asked for it, and now we're going to get punished. Somebody asked me this. They said, and he said, well, I didn't personally ask for it. So, why am I included in this? Because this verse is saying this. So I said, okay, let's take a look at the verse. He said, where does it say that? So I said, sure, some people may look at this verse. The verse has not said that. The verse has used words which people are interpreting. So the verse begins with, aradna al-amana. There is an trust, something entrusted, which was presented. It doesn't say what that thing was. And some people then interpreted it to mean many things. Okay, fine, that's their interpretation. Now I said, read this with me. That's not what it's talking about. See, Allah is bringing to our attention the potential of insan, human beings. Look, this thing that has been entrusted to us, one way, an awesome way of looking at this, is it is the potential. And you say, potential for what? And I say, for anything. Because insan, the potential that we have inside us, the potential for anything of some glory. Now it is presented now in this verse. Now there is naturally somewhat of an allegory here. It's not saying that this is a physical thing in the sense that here's a trust being presented to the heavens, to the cosmos, but somewhat allegorical. Now, why the heavens? Now just stop, bear with me. People, because when the Quran is being revealed, it's being revealed to the Prophet ﷺ and those around him in Arabia. You have to go back in time. Insan, people as they're traveling through the deserts, surrounded by nothing except just these tall, looming mountains. And Saudi Arabia is an incredibly mountainous region of the world. So, and it's got one of the most, per capita, the most volcanoes that are present. Saudi Arabia definitely is amongst the leading in the world for how many mountains are actually dormant volcanoes. Now, so you've got all of and people are traveling. Now, when a person ponders on themselves, so let's put ourselves like we are walking through a desert at night in 7th century Arabia. You're weak, disheveled, feel powerless. Now, what is it that you see that symbolizes the utmost brutal strength? You see these immovable mountains, some of which can breathe fire. Then your eyes go to the vastness, the never-ending cosmos that envelops everything. Always there. And the firmness, if anything, is of the earth. These three entities symbolize insurmountable, formidable strength, power, and vastness. These are the things. Everything else is so weak. These things are almost eternal for you. Mountains, they've always been there, watching down on you and everyone that has passed through these valleys before you. The cosmos, it has seen tragedies, triumphs. And this earth, you struggle to pierce the slightest amount of it. These things, you are taken aback by awe of these three entities that symbolize the greatest of strengths to you. Allah says that, yeah, these things, they do shadow down on you. They watch over you almost with this formidable power that you see. But you know what? Inna aradna al-amanata ala samawati wal-ard wal-jibal. But the potential true potential of being. They couldn't bear that. حملها الإنسان. Insan bore it. Allah doesn't say in this verse, He doesn't say we made him carry it. He doesn't say حملناه, we made insan carry it. He doesn't say istahmalahu, he sought out, he said, I want to carry it, I want to carry it. Allah doesn't even address that point. حملها الإنسان. You're still caught up in, wow, but these mountains and the cosmos and the earth, and Allah saying that they couldn't bear the potential, and you're thinking, wow, so this potential must be so insurmountable. Allah immediately follows it by حملها الإنسان. Insan bears that potential. Now you look at insan and you say, what? Insan? This person, he can't go a single day without water, without food. This insan, he has the potential. Allah says, إِنَّهُ كَانَ ظَلُومًا جَهُولًا. Do people think Allah is dissing insan here? That's their way of looking at it. But it's not. You see, innahu, he insan, within him and her, they have this unfathomable potential to achieve. Innahu kana zaluman. Yet they are transgressing. You see, you're looking outwards. And sure, insan transgresses outwards. They transgress against people. They harm people. They do things. That you're looking at it like that. But this is bigger than that. Look inwards. Yet they transgress against their true potential. The definition of dhulm in Arabic is وضع الشيء في غير محله. To place something where it doesn't belong. The true dhulm is that their potential was left to die. Jahula, so ignorant. Insan is so ignorant. Ignorant of what? You're thinking outwards. He's ignorant of this. They don't know mathematics. They don't know science. They don't know, sure, or ignorant of all of those things. Insan is ignorant of the potential they carry within. They've not realized it. This insan has been created with a gift that when they lock into their potential, they, against all the odds, will achieve. This is the gift, the mystery. This is the miracle that God has placed in each and every one of us. Now you see this verse that إِنَّا عَرَضْنَا الْأَمَانَةَ عَلَى السَّمَاوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضِ وَالْجِبَالِ فَأَبَيْنَ أَنْ يَحْمِلْنَهَا وَأَشْفَقْنَ مِنْهَا. That they couldn't bear it. وَحَمَلَهَا الْإِنسَانِ. Yet insan, he bore it. إِنَّهُ كَانَ ظَلُومًا جَهُولًا. Allah. Yet insan continues, is increasingly transgressing to his or her true potential and remains ignorant of it. Now you see this verse, how amazing and empowering this verse of the Quran is. That's Surah Ahzab, verse 72. And I wanted to follow that with this verse from Surah Mulk that many of you perhaps have memorized. That's الذي خلق الموت والحياة ليبلوكم أيكم أحسن عملا وهو العزيز الغفور. And many people, once again, they read this verse and they read that, oh, Allah has created death and life, and so it's a test. But I invite you that look, like just let's visit this verse. Let's just take a look at it. See, الذي خلق الموت والحياة. Now Allah begins with, He created death. Why begin with death? And this, it follows from the verse we're speaking before, and as in it connects with it. Because when we think of our potential, see, what do? Insan is a social creature. As Ibn Khaldun said, Al-insan madaniyun bit-taba. Insan by his or her nature is social. We judge by comparison. So I look at him and I look at her and I look at them and I think, you know what? I'm such a loser. I mean, it's true. Or I think, you know what? They've got it lucky in life. I wasn't born in a wealthy family. I wasn't born to educated parents. I wasn't born with privilege. Sure. I mean, I'm doing okay given the circumstances. Fear disguised as practicality. Allah begins, الذي خلق الموت. Why? Because in death, we are all equal. Allah, in death, we are all equal. Privilege or no privilege. So let's begin from a perspective of equality, an egalitarian foothold. Let's begin with death. خلق الموت. Still think that there's a bias? You're all gonna die. Okay. So a person starts feeling a bit down, that خلق الموت. Before the anxiety can kick in, Allah says, wal hayat. But you're still alive. You're full of life. لِيَبْلُوَكُمْ أَيُّكُمْ أَحْسَنُ عَمَلًا. See, now people think they restrict this to things like doing good deeds. And by that, they lock that into just worshipping. As in a person reads nafal all day long and he does. But that's not necessarily what the verse is saying. Sure, you can understand the verse to mean that. You can interpret it in that way. That Allah created death, He created life to allow this life, to allow you to be tested in what? In the excellence that you do. أَيُّكُمْ أَحْسَنُ عَمَلًا. That excellence is not restricted to worship. Sure, that's excellent, but that's not restricted to that. To allow this to be a test, that what potential will you unlock in this life? أَيُّكُمْ أَحْسَنُ عَمَلًا. Which one of you will be the most excellent in their legacy? Allah, لِيَبْلُوَكُمْ أَيُّكُمْ أَحْسَنُ عَمَلًا. This is the verse. to see which one of you is going to unlock that, is going to truly perform excellence. This isn't restricted to anything. Whatever you do, you excel in it. Unlock that potential in it. And Allah finishes this verse with Wahuwa al-Aziz. See, Allah is almighty, because when Allah is saying about, let's see then, bring your excellence. Let's see. This is a platform. This is an arena. Liyabluwakum. It's like it's a place where people get tested. Not so much like a taxman testing people, more like an arena where people compete. They get tested because they're competing. They're performing. It's like a stage. Let's see the excellence that you unlock. And you might think, well, see, at this point, you might go back to the downer. Oh, but, I don't know, my circumstances, my background, I don't know, there's too many hurdles, there's too many, I don't think I'm cut out. Wahuwa al-Aziz. Allah is almighty. Don't fall short. Allah is almighty. But then seals it with Al-Ghafur. You see, Aziz Al-Ghafur. Why? Because truly speaking, we will always fall short. We will never truly unlock all our potential. Maybe we'll unlock it wrongly. We spoke earlier on of people like Hitler. We could take a person like that who naturally he had all these skill sets about him. And he taps into his potential and unlocks it, but in such a disastrous, malignant, cancerous, evil way. You see? So there's that, but then there's so many people in life who they don't even tap into their potential. They will just let it go to waste by the excuse of practicality. That maybe you could have been the next Einstein. Maybe you could have been the person who discovered or at least contributed meaningfully to curing cancer. Maybe you would have been the next person that started some business that ended up, helping so many people and feeding so many families. Maybe you would have been this next multimillionaire that then goes on and does all this philanthropy. Maybe you would have been a person that touches the souls of thousands. Maybe. But maybe you fell short. Allah says, Al-Ghafur. He is forgiving. That don't despair. These verses, they are so empowering. And what they do is they realign the narrative for us. How our relationship with Allah should be. And how we interact. How the interface should be. So I thought, let me share these. In your own time, to read them. They are, memorize them if you can. Al-Ahzab 72 and Surah Mulk verse 2. Okay, people, with that, we'll move on. Let's see. And somebody just said true potential for what specifically? See, that is the question. For what? And that is what you have to spend your life trying to answer. So, what is happening, people? One of the biggest tragedies, this is Alama Mark Lanzetta, of is society is denied the night sky because of light pollution. So true. It is something, isn't it? Yeah. The night sky. I think this amana could mean consciousness. Yeah, I mean, it does mean consciousness because the potential that I'm speaking of, this potential that is locked into insan, is nested in consciousness, because without consciousness, it would never mean anything, because when you have consciousness, the miracle of it, apart from the consciousness itself, is what you then do with it. Where you take this, because insan, if you think about it, we have reached, wherever we reach, we take into the loop existence. Like, think about it. The universe, it is conscious of itself through our consciousness. And in many ways, it sees itself through our eyes. Because we are part and parcel of the universe. If you think about it, that you see, think somewhat of a poor approximation, but let's say, take the human body as an example. Now, we have things, we're going to have, whether it's the eyes, the heart, different things operating differently and serving that function through which we get to participate. In somewhat of a poor approximation, but extrapolating from that, the cosmos, in it, this tiny part, it has this us seeing it. And obviously us tapping into this consciousness, the arwah. So yeah, I think it's amazing when we see it like that. Let's move on. All right. Yeah. Smash the like button. Shukran, much love. Yes, of course. I dearly appreciate that. Right, so what is going on, people? Oh, I was going to read a poem today, actually, but shall I read it and then we can go on to our story? Somebody said, what's that? Right, it's talking about communism. I don't know what that. I don't know what we're talking about. Right, so this was a classic of Jaun Elia Sahib, but I thought it ties in so well with today's fear disguised as practicality, especially with the story that will come as well. And I've read this before, but I thought it just ties in so well with today's story. हालते हाल के सबब हालते हाल ही गई, शोक में कुछ नहीं गया, शोक की जिंदगी गई. Wow. Says that it is by the halate hal, by the situation, or by the, one could say, the temperament of the condition. And what he means by that is to improve. Obviously, it's why are we doing things in this world? We're doing them to often improve ourselves, improve our current state, improve how you feel, improve your possessions, improve things so they improve, so they give you some amenity. Why do people want a better car, a better house, more wealth, more? Because these things serve as amenities to them. So halate hal ke sabab, that for that betterment, for that halate hal hi gayi. You see, for that, because we are so immersed in pursuing these amenities that we don't actually get to enjoy them. It's ironic. You see, a person works themselves to a literal death to think, I will enjoy this. Why are you working for all this extra money? Why are you say, oh, because I'm going to be able to enjoy? I'm going to. Allah. There is no future and past. It is the everlasting now. And if we can't bring ourselves to appreciate, to enjoy, then you never will. And he says that halate hal ke sabab halate hal hi gayi. You see, you're ruining the very thing for which you claim to pursue its betterment. Shok mein kuch nahi gaya. Shok ki zindagi gayi. Allah. He says it's not out of our desire or passion that something went to waste. It's just that the life of passion itself went to waste. Allah. Think about it. Tera firak jaane jaan esh tha kya mere liye, yani tere firak mein khoob sharab pee gayi. Allah. He says, was your separation so incredible, like such a buzz for me? Because it was in your separation that I got to consume so much alcohol. You see, like people, they say, oh, you know, like they see that as a token of enjoyment that a person is drinking. Obviously, it's not part of the Muslim culture, but the culture at large. So people, they associate that drinking with a sense of booze, with a sense of fun. And he says, so he's saying, Tera firak jaane ja, kya esh tha mere liye. That you leaving me, when I think about it, it was something amazing. Yani tere firak mein khoob sharab pee gayi. I really got to kill it with the booze. तेरे विसाल के लिए, अपने कमाल के लिए, हालत दिल के थी खराब और खराब की गई. But एक ही हादसा तो है. This is amazing, honestly. एक ही हादसा तो है और वो ये कि आज तक. That एक ही हादसा तो, एक ही एक, there is only one true calamity. तो है और वो ये कि आज तक, and that is that till date. He's saying there is only one calamity with a capital C. बात नहीं कही गई, बात नहीं सुनी गई. That what one wanted to say never truly got said. And what one said was never truly heard. Ultimately, what he's saying is miscommunication or the lack of communication. That communication, take that C back to the sea of calamity. The ultimate, with a capital C, calamity for insan is communication. That एक ही हादसा तो है और वो ये कि आज तक बात नहीं सुनी गई, बात नहीं कही. बाद भी तेरे जाने जान दिल में रहा अजब समा. अल्लाह, याद रही तेरी यहाँ, फिर तेरी याद भी गई. Allah, Allah. You know, this is the thing with Jaun Elia, is he's so brutally kind of honest with his, brutally real. The realism is so gritty in his poems. He says, "Baad bhi tere jaane jaan, dil mein raha ajab sama." That he says, even after you went, my dear, there remained a strange atmosphere in the heart. That he's trying to say that even after you went, that this passion was still there. He's talking of himself. Yaad rahi teri yahan. That you had left, but your memories continue to live on here. Yaad rahi teri yahan, phir teri yaad bhi gayi. Allah says, but eventually, even your memories left. You see that? Wow, that is so brutal. It's just so gritty. Yeah. On a similar scale, he has his following on, often read together. Uski gali se utke mein aan para tha apne ghar. That he says, from her alleyway, from her street, I had just got up and come to my street. Ek gali ki baat thi. It was just the matter of one street. Aur gali gali gayi. This is an Urdu idiom, you see, that in Urdu, when they say baat gali gali gayi, what they mean is that something spread like wildfire, like everybody found out about it. But he's using, there's a play on words that he says, unki gali se utke mein aan para tha apne ghar, that I had just gotten up from her street and come to mine. Ek gali ki baat thi. It was just one street that's at hand, or gali gali gayi, and yet this became a rumor for the people. And this, you know something, Allah. In fact, I'll give it there's another two. We'll squeeze that one in as well. Baat koi ummeed ki mujhse nahi kahi gayi. So mere khwaab bhi gaye, so meri neend bhi gayi. This is actually from a different poem, but it kind of had a bit of that scale, so just squeezed it in there. But this, you know, Jaun Elia, when he reads this on this line, he actually starts crying on this stanza. And it's really, it's tragic watching him do that. He says, Uski ummeed naz ka mujhse ye maan tha ke aap. He says, her plea of honor to me, this kind of heartfelt plea to me, was that Umar guzar dijiye. Umar guzar di gayi. Allah. He says that her hope, that this kind of plea of hope to me with such fervor, was that hang in there, like as in Umar guzar dijiye, like you have to give your life to this, as in your lifespan. Like get old with Umar guzar dijiye. Like he's saying that this was a plea that you have to be devoted for a lifetime. And he says, Umar guzar di gayi. Allah. And he says, and a lifespan has been truly spent. But he's saying this where they haven't, the fruition of that love did not materialize. So when Jaun Elia is saying this, and this is why it ties in so well with this story, is that she had said to him that was her plea, that give this some time, that this will take time for it to materialize. And he's saying, as an old man, that Umar guzar di gayi, like I've given it my life now, my lifespan. And then when he says this, he actually starts crying. And it's heart-shattering to watch, I suppose, somewhat of an elderly poet saying this, where he feels he's close to the end of his life. And he speaks of his own tragic love story as well, Jaun Elia. उसकी उम्मीद नाज का मुझसे ये मान था कि आप उम्र गुजार दीजिए, उम्र गुजार दी गई. Allah. Wow. 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 Whoa. So, people, these were the words of Hazrat Jaun Elia. Right. I think I've got Mr. Super Chat. A moment. Shukran, much love for the super chat. Could you give the explanation of why the hadiths about music translate the word as entertainment? I couldn't find it in your videos. Sure. I mean, I'm pretty sure I have some detailed videos on music. You can watch them. Yeah. So the word that is used in the actual hadith is ma'azif, from ma'zaf. That word in itself doesn't mean music. So maybe people are using it to mean music, which is fine because music comes from entertainment. So the actual definition of ma'zaf in Arabic is ma yulha bihi, that thing by which one is entertained. So then maybe the collective or the kind of urfi, maybe by urf convention, people started to use that to refer more so to music. So, for example, when I say entertainment today, what comes to your mind? So you may say, well, music, dancing, and stuff. And I may say, well, why? Entertainment in itself doesn't mean music or dancing. Entertainment means to entertain someone. I could entertain you by telling you jokes. But yet that won't come to your mind when I say the word entertainment. But if I said it like that, then you'd say, yeah, sure, that too is entertainment. I get it. I could entertain you by telling you a story. I could entertain you by telling you poetry. I could entertain you by meaningful conversation. But yet these words won't come to your mind when you hear the word entertainment. That's because your understanding may be shaped by the convention in which you live, okay, and the culture. So anyway, the word ma'azif is not the Arabic word for musiqa. It's not. So the Arabic word musiqa does exist. Or, for example, the Prophet ﷺ could have, let's say, this hadith. Those who accept this hadith as sahih, first of all, because there's a difference of opinion on these things. Some people don't believe these hadith to be authentic to start off with. Obviously, amongst them, Ibn Hazm and other people. And then these are great muhaddithin. Now, one may say, well, I disagree with Ibn Hazm and all these people. Sure, that's fine. You can disagree. But see, when you disagree, just you see, you have to understand, you have to be confident to accept and to disagree with courtesy. Because the problem is that people, when they disagree with something, they start becoming rude, start becoming offensive, start attacking, you don't need to. Relax yourself, kalmate, this whole thing is just, sure, whatever you believe, go with. If you say, look, I believe this here means this, fine. You're not the first. Many people, in fact, one could argue the majority have gone with that. Now, sure, that's your way of looking at it. Majority of the scholars went with music is haram. You find yourself comfortable, you find yourself in that crowd, I'm sure you're amongst many great names and great company. Other scholars challenged that, and some challenged it more than others. Some felt, well, maybe some music is okay. Some felt no music is haram. And they obviously all argued it. So these people who said music is haram used these hadith to say, well, this hadith is speaking about musical instruments when it's using the word ma'azif. They also said things like the Quran doesn't like people to be distracted. And so they used generic arguments. And they used a lot of other hadith as well, which are not really so strong. And some are fabricated and some are just weak. And they used hadith like the Prophet said, I have been sent to break the musical instruments. Whoever listens to music will have molten, lead poured into his ear, or things like that. See, once again, very scary kind of stuff was used. And then you have some people will say, well, but doesn't everybody say so? So on this side of the fence, people would argue, well, okay, but what about drums? Didn't the Prophet ﷺ listen to drums? And they say, well, okay, well, drums are okay then. So, well, okay, why are drums okay? Because either God likes music or he doesn't like music. And I say, well, he doesn't mind drums, but he just doesn't like the other things. So, well, what are the other things? So, well, blowing. So there's whistling. Is whistling haram? So some people on this side of the fence will say, well, whistling is haram. I don't think most people will consider whistling haram. If a person just whistled, they may say it's not good or it's whatever, but they won't say it's haram. So you say, well, okay, so God, where does it, where's the ruling on whistling? And you say, well, okay, well, whistling ain't haram, but blowing into a tube that has some holes on it and it makes some sounds like a flute is haram. So, okay, so God doesn't like, but he's okay with drums. Say, yeah, he's okay with drums. And some will say, no, he's not okay with drums. Then some say, well, actually, he's okay with blowing instruments, because there's a hadith in Tirmidhi that the Prophet ﷺ is walking with Ibn Umar and somebody's playing a flute, and the Prophet tells him, tell me when we can't hear him anymore. So they're walking away, and so the Prophet's actually instructing him to listen and tell him. But if it was haram, then isn't he going to get lead poured into his ears? So how can the Prophet instruct somebody to do something haram? So, well, okay, so this group of people said, well, okay, so blowing instruments can't be haram. So, okay, so what is haram then? So there's a group in the middle that said, well, drums and things like trumpets and stuff ain't haram because they used to use them in war. So, okay, but stringed instruments are haram. So like guitars, and so they say, so okay, so God doesn't mind drums, and according to these people, he doesn't mind blowing instruments, but he draws the line at stringed instruments. So, well, why? And say, well, this group will say, well, you're not allowed to question why. And sure, that's fine. If you're from that group, follow that. But these people will say, well, no, because we're allowed to question all of these, so why are we not allowed to question that one? They will say, well, where does the Prophet say about stringed instruments? There's no hadith about stringed instruments. So if it's all instruments like that group over there, or it's no instruments, but to say, well, it's all instruments except this and except this and except this, well, why are we leaving? Well, what does a string do? It's just vibrations. So this group would ask, well, why does God have a problem with vibrations? Because it's just sound. So they would argue that, well, nature makes sound and God has set up the world with sound, and sound is just ultimately vibrations. And so why would God condemn sounds? To them, it doesn't make any sense. That surely everything God says must always make sense. Now, this group will say, well, no, we don't believe that everything God says has to make sense, and therefore we believe in dogma. And that's okay. If you're part of that group and you follow that, that's fine. That's how you worship Allah. That's your devotion. You just practice. You should not then listen to any music. You should not engage in any music. You should, because it's haram for you. But for these people, they don't believe it's haram. That's their way of looking at the deen. You're not here to see how does the rest of the world do it. It's just your devotion. So if you want to, and these people would argue that there's no such Sahih Hadith ever, and nothing in the Quran that says music is haram. And obviously Shawkani has a very good elaborate discussion on that himself, in spite being a very, I won't say he's clearly a man of hadith, if we can use that term. He's clearly of the hadithi persuasion, like a strong hadithi persuasion. I don't even mean like the Maliki Hanafi, like I'm talking the Shafi'i kind of persuasion of hadith. So when a scholar like Shawkani does a grand analysis and evaluation of all the asanid in Nailul Awtar, it's in his final volume. I think it's the final one. It's the final one, I think. So he concludes as well that actually, concluding all of this, you can't say that musical instruments are haram. Although he himself footnotes it by saying, but I would argue against, like I would personally advocate that people don't get into music, and that's fine. That's his personal choice and personal nasiha, and that's welcome. And if people are doing that, but he himself says, but you know what? Looking at all of this, one cannot say this. He says there is nothing established in the Quran or Sunnah that is clear to say that music is haram. Now that's his. Now this camp over here is a minority camp. Okay, this is a small quantity of people. Now the majority of the people fall more so over here. Now it's up to you. You can follow the majority. You can follow them. You can follow these people, say music is haram. Wherever you follow, this is all Islam. It's not, this is not just Islam. This is not just Islam. These people are not just Islam. All of this is Islam. This is the beautiful diversity of Islam. There's different ways of looking at things. Some people, they look at things and they say, well, no, this is how I follow Islam. I don't ever question. And that's, you know what? That's an incredible level of submission. One must admire that. Submission. Don't have to agree with it. Other people like Imam Abu Hanifa, Imam Malik, they're very clear that no, Islam has to come al-ahkam mu'allala. That all the ahkam in Islam are mu'allala bil asl, that the rulings always have a reason for being haram. They're not just haram. It's not a ritual. Ritual is only worship. So all other actions have an objective to them. So you have to be able to understand the objective. So that's that kind of group. But people disagree. Sometimes people hold a principle, but they don't practice it. So you might get some people saying, like many Hanafis, now they say that the ahkam must always be mu'allala. This was Imam Abu Hanifa. They must always have a clear reason and objective to why this thing is haram. But yet many Hanafis will also say music is haram, and they won't question it. Sure, that's their choice. See, people sometimes are fluid. They have a principle. Maybe they don't practice it here. Maybe they practice it somewhere else. It's up to them, their life. Let people be. Stop obsessing over the other. You practice. See, when you look at it, who do you follow? Where do you fall in line? People say, well, I don't know who to follow. Maybe you watch something. Maybe you make a choice. All of it is Islam. You're not gonna miss the mark. But whatever you choose, see, to some people, music is a wreck. It ruins them. Some people, surprisingly, it ruins some people. Sure, I read a quote the other day. Some person said, "Look, I used to be into music, and my life was a nightmare. And then I got serious about Islam, and I stopped this, and now their life is in order. Alhamdulillah, more power to them. Some people need a certain discipline, otherwise they'll be ruined. So more power to that person. Keep going. Other people, music, as in Urdu, they say it is the ruh ki ghiza, it nourishes the soul. Many people, they feel that music, it connects the soul to the divine. More power to them. We are not here to control other people. We devote ourselves to what we follow. That is, I think, one of the most important steps for a person when they take their deen seriously to learn. That lasta alayhim bimusaytir, as the Quran says, you are not here to control them. Let them be. You say, oh, but they're doing sins. According to you, but you're not doing that sin. Not according to them. You see, they're following different people. You say, oh, but I think those people are wrong. But you know what? Right now, it doesn't matter what you think the other people are. Allah's not made you mukallaf to think about what other people are all thinking. It doesn't matter. They have their ijtihad. You have your ijtihad. Follow it. This is true Islam, submission. You submit when the nafs doesn't even want you. You're like, oh, why? I don't want them to listen to me. I don't want them. I'm trying to save them from the hellfire. Relax. Submit. Surrender. Let go. Allah. This is the biggest battle of the nafs that a person will find in faith. Is learning to let go, to surrender. Well, I'll leave you with that. Let's move on. It's a super chat moment. Could you give? Oh, right. No, that's the same one. Raz Sal, kya baat hai? Shukran. Much love. I see Saracen. Mufti in Zen Buddhism and Hinduism, they say that the entire universe is a living entity or part of a living entity. Believe this. What are your views? Right. So when we say the universe is living, I mean, it depends what we mean by that. I understand you're talking about the kind of the Gaia hypothesis, but you see, in some ways, one could argue that, that there is a kind of life, but it depends what we mean by life. Because if you're measuring life by movement, then the universe is expanding. If you're looking at, from a scientific viewpoint, if they're seeing us as just all dots within something, then sure, because we are part of the universe. There's no, we're not separate to the universe. It's not like the universe, then there's us. We are part and parcel of the universe. So I could see where some people are coming from with that, but I would be more interested in the philosophical ramifications of that. So what they mean by that from a consequential perspective. So, because we are part of the universe, obviously we're part of planet Earth, which is part of the solar system, which is part of the galaxy, which is part of the universe. So, there's no separating us from the cosmos. But, yeah, and this is why Allah says in the Quran, وَفِي الْآفَاقِ, that وَفِي أَنفُسِكُمْ. You see, you look into the cosmos, you look into yourselves. That تَبَيَّنَ لَهُ أَنَّهُ الْحَقِّ. See, it becomes clear that that this is the truth. Yeah. But I don't, if you mean by that, by the way, just to kind of footnote that, if you mean by that, is the universe mukallaf from an Islamic perspective, like it's conscious and thinking and planning, and no, I don't believe that, and I don't think they believe that either. But what physicists are looking at is maybe consciousness is somehow out there. Maybe I would feel maybe it's somehow intertwined with the building blocks of reality. and we somehow tap into it. And that would be the greater kind of consciousness. So Sam Als, shukran, much love for the super chat. This is off topic. It's been a pleasure seeing you grow all these years, Mufti, and growing alongside. Much love and many blessings. Shukran, I dearly appreciate that. May Allah bless you, keep you smiling. Yeah, we all continue to grow. We continue to develop, and it's a journey, isn't it? Life. It's it's important. Otherwise, if you are still the same you from a year ago, from 5 years ago, then you haven't lived. Then those years have just gone to waste. Shukran, much love for the super chat. Quite a few super chats pouring in. Kya baat hai yaar? Willie Humperdinck. Am I? This is the kind of oh, okay. Is that German or something? Willie Humperdinck. Thank you, Mufti. You've taught me so much. Jazakallah khair. Keep up the great work. Take care, my friend, your buddy, Willie Hump from Buffalo, New York. Much love, bro. Likewise, much love to you. May Allah keep you smiling. I can feel, look at that. I can feel the love right through that message. It's amazing. Sentiments, how we feel them. Like I'm reading it and it's interacting and it's creating this, it's fusing into this dynamic effect. It's amazing. So shukran, honestly, may Allah bless you abundantly, Willie. Ameen. Right, so Icy Saracen, again, much love. Shukran. Mufti, at work, I saw a Muslim doing wudu out of a public dog bowl. What's a public dog bowl? I didn't interrupt him, to him in peace, but should I have stopped? I'm not sure what a public dog bowl looks like now. Is this, you just mean like a dog bowl, like a public, where they just put water in it for drinking, or is this something else? Is this a... See, I'm unfortunately not so well versed when it comes to pets. I think that's been something which has not really been, it's a part of my life, and I think a lot of desi lives. It's a shame in a way, because when I watch movies and I see how people are so at peace with animals, and I feel that I'm not really, and it's difficult just doing it, because you can't just go, oh, look at this dog. I shared this clip the other day. There's this pit bull that comes off, it kind of comes running at someone, and its leash just snaps, and and this sudden music comes on, and the person's life has just flashed before their eyes. And I shared that, saying, the owner saying, you don't bite, don't. You see, I think you can't explain to people who, because a lot of desi people, definitely Pakistanis, and I'm assuming desis, we've grown up with this somewhat of a phobia almost of dogs. And even though with me, I think in the last few years, I've to a great extent overcome that. But still, there's things like, because I've not grown up around with pets, and and it's difficult then, just because you don't know how the dog's going to react. You can't just go to dog, yeah. I guess the equivalent is like saying to someone that, let's say you say to a normal person, like, oh, don't worry, the leopard isn't going to bite. Oh, they'll be like, see, the natural fear that you would have still, it's like that for people who've grown up with that. So, yeah, but I do want that to go away. I mean, most of it I think I've kind of dealt with, but still, I want to maybe learn to be very natural with pets. But let's see. Damn right, Mufti. Totally agree. Yep. Shukran. Yeah, not scared of the hygiene factor. It's cat bowl. Okay. Not yeah. All right. So cool. Let's move on, people. Let's move on. Going to the gym seems to be very positive for my mental health, more than I thought. Shallow waters, although that name doesn't quite suit. I'm sure you're not just shallow waters, but yeah, people underestimate what going to the gym does to you, not just physically, but mentally. I would say even more than the physicality is the kind of mentality that it brings. It's weird that how Allah has hidden. You see, these things are like cheat codes where you least expect them. So you think, well, doing arduous labor, that's got to be horrible. And it is to a great extent horrible, but in it is a cheat that when you do it, you actually feel so good on a mental level. And you grow physically when you do this arduous labor, physical tension bearing stress on the body, and you actually end up looking better. Like look at the cheat in that. That's just like a proper cheat code hidden in that. It's you can see almost the divine irony, the divine humor. There's this kind of hidden in this wonder, a miracle that humans are going to have to do stressful physical activities to survive, to hunt, to build, and they're going to hate doing it. But in it, not only will their mentality improve, that their mental well-being, but their physical well-being will improve and look so much better. That's like wow. Kira Ghost, 1,000 thanks, Mufti, for the guidance, laugh, and love. Shukran, Kira. Dearly appreciated. May Allah bless you, keep you smiling. Kabir Iqbal once said, people who have no hold over their processes of thinking are likely to be ruined by the liberty of thought. Can you elaborate on what this quote means to you? Wow. Kabir, shukran, much love for the super chat. That's such a powerful quote. You see, what I understand from that is that it's somewhat Sartrean almost, where you've got Sartre trying to explain as well that human beings are doomed to be free. And what this means is that this is what I'm understanding from it, that you see people who have no hold over their process of thinking are likely to be ruined by the liberty of thought, that many people are not trained to be effective thinkers. And that makes sense. You see, if we anchor this into what we were just saying about stressful physical activity, many people are not trained for stressful physical activity today because we live a sedentary kind of a lifestyle of leisure. We work in offices and do things, so we're not used to physically stressful activities. So if you did it, you probably get hurt, probably pull a muscle or hurt your back, do this, do that, get an injury, hurt a joint, because we're not used to it. So, okay, we have to go to the gym and train in this day and age where otherwise we'd just be living in an armchair kind of lifestyle. Similarly, where do we train the mind to be analytical, to be evaluative, to be deeply thoughtful, to be philosophical? Where do we train these things? So maybe some people amongst us do. we engage in this, we entertain ideas that challenge us, we learn how to think about something without getting emotional or without kind of reacting negatively to it, without getting angry. We try to learn that. We learn how to evaluate opinions. We learn how to synthesize new opinions. We learn. Now, that's somebody who has spent years, if not decades, training their thinking faculties. But I'm sure many people don't think to that extent. They don't train their mind to that extent. So they just have low-level thought. Now, the problem with this is such people, when given so much freedom of thought, may find themselves in an abyss and may break down. See, I think a lot of people like to just be told what to do. Yeah, because in this world, I think we as insan wish to remove as much uncertainty as possible. And we want to always remain as close to certainty as possible. So people would rather just be told what to do, what to say. What do I believe? Tell me what I believe. That's a fascinating question. When you think about it, it's also, in many ways, one of the most amusing questions. That anywhere else may induce hysterical laughter, yet sanctified by people of the cloth. That it's strange that in organized, institutionalized religion, this question is celebrated. Tell me, what do I believe? Allahu Akbar. See, this is why Allah says that this is already ingrained in you. That min bani Adam, when Allah akhada, He took this. Alastu bi rabbikum? Qalu bala. You already have that connect deep within, which you'll never be able to escape. But people want to be told, tell me what to do. And that makes sense because it gives them certainty. So when you leave a person to their own thought, this is what I understand from it. There's a sense of panic. And it's the same thing with choice. If you don't believe me, look at the psychological studies on choice, the paradox of choice, and the crippling effect of choice, and how it's linked to subjective well-being, which is happiness, or the lack of it. You'll find that counterintuitively, the more choice a person is given, the less they score on well-being, on being happy, which is crazy. It doesn't make any sense, does it? Because you think, sure, if I have more choice, I should be more happier. Because to some extent, it holds true. Like there is a somewhat of a value. So if you had no choice, and all of a sudden you have some choice, you will be considerably happier in life. So let's say you were given no choice of food. You just eat whatever I throw at you. And this is it. And now all of a sudden, I give you 2 dishes, or I give you 3, and I say, well, you can choose what you'd like to eat. Now you're going to be thrilled. Allah, you say, Ya salam, this is the life. But then I give you 50 dishes to choose from. It's strange. You see, it doesn't follow the corollary. You think there's going to be a logical, or I'm going to be even happier, but you're actually going to walk away less happy. So there's studies where they will make people choose something, and they've diversified the studies, but let's say they had to choose a particular item that they could take away with them. And they found that these were limited to just a handful, that you had to choose, well, do you want to walk away with this? Would you like this phone? Would you like that item, would you like that? And people took them away, and then let's say 24 or 48 hours later, they were asked how satisfied and happy they felt with what they had. And people would say, yeah, they would say, yeah, I'm really happy, I got this or I got that. And people have tried it with different experiments. So, and what they did is they then increased the options. And you found that where people had something like, let's say, 100, somewhat of 100 or 200 things to choose from, they often, whatever they chose when they went away, given a short period of time, they often felt very unsatisfied with their choice. And this, in some ways, ties into relationships, that the problem we're facing today, that we are flooded with choice. And it's crippling because, you could get into a relationship and then you'd be like, oh, this is amazing. Then you'd be like, oh, Insta explore page. Oh, a person's like, the Lord has created more creation out there that I was unaware of. Let me ponder over the creation of Allah. Oh, yes. So then insan can't help but be beguiled and led astray. Allah. So in many ways, this great liberty is paralyzing for us. It can be cataclysmic almost. We can't help but, recognize the catastrophe in it. So, yeah. Mohsin Khan, much love for the super chat, yaar. Kya baat hai, Mohsin? Ji, kya baat hai. Let me, yeah, so this is, right, let's move on, people. What's this question? Mohsin Khan, Mufti, much love. Kafi times they're confused about MDMA. It's not the same as depressants, but is it good to go? Look, I've got a video on psychedelics, although MDMA is not really a psychedelic. Yeah, you see, there's so many discussions to unpack with stuff like MDMA. Psychedelics are usually entheogens. So they're things that connect a person to God. Other substances like MDMA are empathogens. They enable and increase our empathy as people. So things like MDMA have a very powerful therapeutic element to them. And as a therapeutic tool, if instrumentalized as a therapeutic tool, they can enable great recovery and great healing, especially for victims of PTSD, people who've had post-traumatic stress disorder. In certain countries, like I'm pretty sure in some states in the US and some other countries, they now use MDMA to help them heal because of just the studies. They know that, put the BS aside, it works. It's like whether people want to agree with it or not, but it seems to work. So it's like how cannabis now is, they're recognizing, well, actually it has some properties in it that heal in a different way. Yeah, that has a different kind of healing on the kind of cannabinoid receptors within the body. But this MDMA for people that have been through trauma, or people for bonding, or for giving that side of empathy, or just enhancing in a therapeutic sense, it clearly works. And so hence those parts of the world that hail this, they say, look, this clearly works. And And I recognize that, but simultaneously, it does have a culture of abuse as well. So some people may abuse it. They may cause harm to themselves while abusing it. They may take, damaging quantities of it. They may not be healthy with it, as in, it's like anything. Can you imagine, like let's say a person takes, this is not to belittle with this comparison, but I'm just using ad absurdum almost, an example of saying, well, okay, let's take orange juice. It's obviously very healthy, but it's very acidic. You start, downing a hell of a lot of orange juice, and you're going to have a problem. That kind of acidity is not going to just be unnoticed. So, and that's something pure. I mean, that's purely helpful. Orange juice is just helpful, and MDMA is in itself a chemical substance which can be harmful. So it's not, that's a very bad example, but me showing an approximation where even if you take something that is mainly just a source of good, yet it can be harmful if taken inappropriately or taken in quantities that are harmful. And the same thing with chemical substance, because with MDMA, these things in many parts of the world are not going to, it's an issue of legality. They're not going to be legal. So therefore, you're not going to get the proper guidelines. I would personally argue, and I've said this in the past, that governments should not proscribe and ban these things. Rather, they should have places which are guided, where because people take them anyway. So why not have guided, trained facilities? So, and they could tax them, and they could, make money off it, like they do off alcohol and cigarettes. So, yeah. So these are the things so yes, they naturally have a lot of good in it that has clinically come forward. You see this, that are being used by for especially therapeutic purposes throughout certain countries in the world. And the studies have shown that. There's a lot of study. You could just Google the studies of MDMA linked to trauma and stuff like this. But then you can also Google the studies on harm, because the problem with when something is not licensed and not regulated is there's abuse, because it's not trained. It doesn't show you. You don't buy a cigarette box and it says, okay, this will kill, and this, if taken like this, or if you're smoking this much a day, then it can do this to you. Now, that's clearly available with tobacco or clearly available with alcohol. But because these things are not clearly available with these substances, people are prone to harming themselves then. So, yeah, I hope that sheds some light. Right, somebody said hydration. Yeah, hydration and many other things. Like there's just a whole thing with it. Obviously, dehydration is one of the potentially dangerous side effect, but that's not just the only. If harmful quantities are consumed, there can be categorical neuronal damage in the brain. I mean, that's huge. That's not something that you should just gloss over, because remember, brain damage it's something very serious. But obviously, that's if dangerous quantities are being consumed. But then what is dangerous, what isn't? Once again, for people who don't have access and the government doesn't give them access to it and doesn't teach them, then they're just going to ask the local dealer that they're getting it from. And it's not like the dealer is going to be so clued up on clinical studies. They mean, don't worry about it. Yeah, take this. No, take another one. Take this. And then next thing you know, this bichara or bichari has got, they've killed off so many nerves in their brain. So this is what I'm saying, that these things have it's like what you're asking is like a knife. That's what you're saying, and it can be used for good and it can be used for harm, and this is it. And on these things, we have to, the book for this month is called How I Changed My Mind. It's by Michael Pollan, and it's on psychedelics mainly. It does actually speak a bit in there about MDMA. So at the end of this month, we're going to do the book review. That's honestly epic, because in there as well, he highlights this whole, this whole Nixon thing. Honestly, he's just one person deserved a right. Nixon, honestly, what a loser. His political war on drugs continues today to influence so many people, and they just don't know about it. But Nixon declared at one point Timothy Leary the most wanted, most dangerous man in America. I mean, who believes that? Timothy Leary, a professor from most dangerous man in America, Nixon declared. Honestly, I think Nixon could have done with a bit of these psychedelics himself. But we're going to discuss that at the end of this month. So I look forward to that. So people, with that in mind, shukran for the super chat. Much love, Azarati. Dearly appreciated. Right. Today, I want to take you all on a journey. Allah. Oh, right. So I want to share with you a story. Let's time travel. This story is about love. It's about fear. It's about suffering. It's about self-sabotaging. It's about poetry. It's about the fusions of souls. And it's about regret. Allah. What better than that? So to do this, guys, we've got to time travel. Chicas y chicos, gals and guys, we've got to go back almost 1,000 years. Not too far from where I am, and maybe where some of you are, and that is, we've got to go to Southwest Europe, España, all right, or as it was known then, Al-Andalus. Allah. The golden era of I was about to say Murabitin, of Bani Umayyah has come to an end. The sun has finally set on the magnificent dynasty of Bani Umayyah and Islam in the West, hailed in its heydays by Abdurrahman al-Nasir as the most powerful kingdom on earth. Allah. But the sun, like all good things, فَلَا يُغَرُّ بِطِيبِ الْعَيْشِ إِنسَانُ لِكُلِّ شَيْءٍ إِذَا مَا تَمَّ نُقْصَانُ. Allah. Everything, once it attains perfection, once you've hit the ceiling, the only other direction is to go down. And so it does. The great, powerful, imperishable state, the whole of Europe bowed and saluted to, or who the King of England wrote to in a personal letter, and we'll speak about this in the future, Abdurrahman al-Nasir. His great grandson, by the time it reaches him, the kingdom, this peninsula, the Iberian Peninsula, which is Spain and Portugal today, but Andalus has shattered into several little kingdoms, known in Arabic as Al-Muluk wa Tawa'if, or Muluk al-Tawa'if. People say it differently at times, but it's fine. So it's the kings and Tawa'if in Urdu means like a prostitute or a whore, but in in Arabic it doesn't mean that. It means the parties, the kind of like the groups, if you like, and the factions, because that's what you've got here. You've got all these different factions who have a different part of Al-Andalus for themselves. So this is going on, and the great city of Qurtuba is also part and parcel of this Ahd al-Tawa'if, this era of al-Muluk wa Tawa'if, or Muluk al-Tawa'if, the kings of the parties. Right, so people just, you can just call it kings and kingdoms if you like. So this era of kings and kingdoms, it might be a better way to translate it, is the downfall of Muslim Spain, because the glory has now gone. And in this time, the great grandson of Abdurrahman al-Nasir is Al-Mustakfi, and he's in Qurtuba. Right, so, and he's going to be the stepping stone to today's story, because the story is about this woman, Wallada bint al-Mustakfi. She was hailed as one of the most outstanding poetesses of her era, acclaimed and renowned for her stunning beauty. She was someone who the gossip and rumors and stories would go far and wide about. Okay, she loved literature, she loved poetry, she participated. She was a woman who left an indelible mark and left her name, an imprint on the legacy of what we call Islamic history. But getting to her, we've got to slightly backtrack just to get a grasp, and that is her father, Al-Mustakfi. In his time, he's this kind of king who rules over Cordoba, and he's incredibly indulgent, as one can be. Why not? Huh? Why not? And they say he would just spend his time with alcohol and women, as often the 1% do. So he just lived a life of just indulgence to the nth degree. Why not see the pleasures in this dunya? But as anyone who does that, other things get out of control. So in his time, there is a rising power in the form of this person his name is Jahwar, Abul Hazm Jahwar, and he's of Berber descent. But these are people who have a political standing. So some people, his name is Jahwar. Some people have read it as Jahur, but it's Jahwar. He has served as a minister for the kings before Mustakfi, and he served amongst different dynasts. And he comes from this family where they've all been ministers, so they've had courtly experience and they've worked with kings, and he's based in Qurtuba, and he's a man of great, they say, pious, a pious reputation, and somebody very, a man of his word and a man of honor. So what happens is, in his time, he starts to see Mustakfi is just drowning in decadence. So they think, look, we're going to assume control here, because it's not like he's got any control anyway. So when they do, like any struggle for power, there's always some resistance, and naturally the lines are drawn, and as often, blood is unfortunately shed. So whilst the swords are drawn, Mustakfi, he is not really one for the battlefield. So much indulgence in just the king size in just a king size bed has left him not of that field. You see, he plays different fields. So he thought, you know what, I might as well just do one. Why not? Time for a sharp exit. So he says to his daughter, who is Wallada, that's his daughter, that would I'm out of here. So she refuses. She says, I'm not going to go with you. I'm going to stay. It's cowardly to run. And 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 this will take us to her personality, but just to conclude on him, Al-Mustakfi runs from Qurtuba. He goes into some kind of hiding on escape as a fugitive. Bani Jahwar, these people, they take over. Abul Hazm Jahwar, who is now the king, he has taken that authority. He's considered a very respectable and dignified leader. He refuses to take over the palace because he knows that Wallada and other family people are still living there. And he says that it's okay because as ministers, we already had a very nice, comfortable dwelling. And those of you that would remember from my Andalus course, that Qurtuba was already designed with, you had Qurtuba, and then there was Al-Madinat al-Zahra was built there as a for the kind of upper classes and the aristocracy to live in. And then Madinat al-Zahira was also built by Ibn Abi Amir. And these people like Jahwar have served as ministers with Ibn Abi Amir. So now that they are in control, they refuse to take over the palace. They say, look, it's fine. We're going to stay where we are. What he does is he resumes duties as the imam, like he leads certain prayers. He visits, if he finds out certain people are ill, he will try to visit them. He actually gets involved in community projects, like in giving some funding and trying to. So you can imagine he's won the hearts and minds of people. And we move that to a side. Wallada. The princess, which she grew up in opulence. Obviously, she was in a palace. She had wealth. Her father was very indulgent. She herself grew up very confident. She was, they say, incredibly beautiful. She herself, her mother was Spanish, European, and Spanish in the sense she was blonde, not because some Spaniards are slightly darker with their hair and complexion. And she took after her mother. So you can see that she generally stood out because most people were in Andalus, especially the Muslims, they may have had like a golden kind of skin, but they usually had darker hair and dark eyes. But she herself had blue eyes and was blonde. So that made her somewhat different. But in addition to that, she was incredibly confident, very bold. And she would openly go out. She would be in the presence of people without hijab. She would not wear hijab. And she would host these kind of socialite parties and dinners where people would come. And especially people of some stature, and especially people that were good at poetry or literature. She would host them. She loved poetry and she herself competed. So this is who we're dealing with, Wallada bint al-Mustakfi. Okay. And the king would just let her be. They never really interfered with her. They never tried to take over or repossess whatever her assets and things like this. They just let her be. And she thrived. And she was somebody that even her poems, now check this out. This is a poem of hers. And this will give you an idea of her. That she says, Ana wallahi aslahu lil ma'ali. Amshi mishyati wa atihu tiha. Check the first stanza. She says, Wallahi, I am most cut out for grandeur, for greatness and opulence and ma'ali. Allah. She says, I walk my special walk. Amshi mishyati wa atihu tiha. And I do whatever the hell I want. Look at this. Like, if I want to be lost somewhere, I'll be lost. If I want to indulge, I'll indulge. She says, "Umakkinu ashiqi min sahni khaddi." Says, the person who loves me, I give him my cheek. I enable him over my cheeks. وَأُعْطِي قُبْلَتِي مَنْ يَشْتَهِيهَا. She says, and I give my kisses to whoever wants them. This is Wallada. Look how open. And this is in that time. And by the way, this is in the time of who? Just so we could give you an idea. Who's living in Qurtuba when she's around? Ibn Abdul Bar, the great Maliki Don. Ibn Hazm. Ibn Hazm, most likely, it's been argued that he used to attend her gatherings, because Ibn Hazm was from aristocracy as well. So he had that link, and he always grew up around women. And he writes this in his book, and that he would attend her gatherings and learn from her. This is what some historians have argued. So these are the kind of people. Abul Walid al-Baji is there. All these great people are around. This is, and they're in that same town, Qurtuba. This is what we're talking about. So, and Abul Qasim al-Jahwar, by the way, had studied with the likes, no, not with the Ibn Hazm actually. Abul Qasim al-Jahwar, had he studied? No. That's no, sorry, he hadn't studied with. Yeah, but I believe that Al-Mustakfi, the indulgent father, had studied with some great Maliki scholars before, because naturally the kings would grow up with a good education. I'm pretty sure he studied with Abu Muhammad al-Asili, who's obviously the father, who's already gone out of the picture now. He, in his younger days, in his youth, he had studied, I believe, with Abu Muhammad al-Asili, who is the person who introduced Sahih Bukhari to Al-Andalus, the Iberian Peninsula. And it's his transmission of Bukhari that is part of he's one of the powerhouses of the transmission. And I've got that in my Bukhari Gate, another, my discussion with Dr. Abdul Majid as well. So, okay. Now, this is Wallada. So we mentioned her father had gone off as a fugitive. He eventually gets tracked down and is killed. Wallada continues her life. She is very bold and daring. She does as she pleases. She calls people. And many a good soul is smitten, Allah, by her charm. That she has so many people that fall for her. And she would, because she had this, they say, in addition to her looks, they say, and her speech, she had this way that was just so like, wow, what a woman, like that. So amongst the broken souls that lay in her wake is Abul Walid ibn Zaydun. Ibn Zaydun. Right, so just who is this character? Let's just pause that and briefly introduce him. So he's somebody who's grown up. He comes from a family of knowledge, and he finds himself in diplomatic positions. So he starts rising in the political ranks. And remember, I mentioned to you that Jahwar family who take over used to be ministers. So Ibn Zaydun and Jahwar's son, Abul Hazm Jahwar's son, his name is actually Abul Walid Ibn Jahwar as well. So Ibn Jahwar, they're actually friends. So Ibn Zaydun and Ibn Jahwar, they're kind of friends because they share that same aristocracy background. So as he's grown older, when Jahwar, Abul Hazm Jahwar takes over, he takes up a diplomatic role. So he works as, and this diplomacy role of his, he'll continue to progress in, and later on, he ends up becoming known as Dhul Wizaratain. So he is like the equivalent of the foreign secretary and the home secretary in one later on. With this a different dynasty, but this is the role of this person, and he becomes this huge political figure. But also, he becomes a great poet. And that side we owe to Wallada. Allah. In the words of, is it Rishi Kapoor? That मैं शायर तो नहीं मगर that I'm not a poet, but this love has made him into a poet. Allah. So he falls for Wallada, and he falls hard. Allah. But he himself is incredibly eloquent. So him and Wallada, sparks begin to fly. Right. And they have this powerful connection straight away. But like any good tricycle, there's always a third wheel. Right. Actually, there were a few competitors, right? So there were many people that were like madly obsessed with Wallada because of who she is. She's this celebrity socialite, and she's always out, and she's very apparent. She doesn't do hijab. She's eloquent with her poetry. She invites these people, but she's not interested. You see, it's difficult to win her over. See, many people are won over by her. What did he say? That's that सबकी साकी पे नजर हो, ये जरूरी है मगर सब पे no. So what do you say? सबकी साकी पे नजर हो, ये जरूरी है मगर सब पे साकी की नजर हो, ये जरूरी तो नहीं. He says that the barman, the one who's giving, everybody's watching him, but that he watches everyone, that's not necessary. So she's only interested, you have to be the creme de la creme, the best of the best, to win her over. So a few people are trying to compete. Now, Ibn Zaydun, he has this pizzazz factor to him. Allah. And he has this poetry that catches her, captivates her. And she likes him, and he's good looking, he's handsome, and he's also of some stature. He's not as high as her, but he's still, he's a minister. He works for the Jahwar. Now, admittedly, the Jahwar were against the Umayyad, but still, he's fine. She takes a liking to him. But there's some people competing. Now, there's another character. There's two, actually. One, I believe his name was Al-Qallasi or something. But there's another main character by the name of Abu Amir. What's his name that we're dealing with here? Yeah, very popular. Ibn Abdus. Abu Amir Ibn Abdus. There's a famous Maliki, by the way, with the name Ibn Abdus. This is obviously not him, who has the book, not the Majmu'ah, which is the Maliki mother text of Ibn Abdus. But this Ibn Abdus, Abu Amir Ibn Abdus, he also comes in and out of the palace. He's got a ministerial role as well. But he's not as charming, he's not as handsome as Ibn Zaydun. And his poetry ain't on that level. But he's still trying. It was one of those, he tries too hard. He's one of those characters, trying too hard, this one. So what happens is the relationship between Ibn Zaydun and Wallada is blossoming, and they get up to their fun and their fair share of fun, shall we say. But there's always these question marks, and there are what we would call today mind games. Now, the question is, why were these mind games there? One could come up with many reasons, but I would say it's just the fitra of insan. You see, this fear perhaps disguised as practicality. That often we take the path of fear. People may self-sabotage. So Wallada had this thing about her that she would often, she would kind of tease. She would tease Ibn Zaydun. Like she would never openly, yes, she's with him. Let's say she's with him, but she would also entertain other people. She wasn't like, I'm not yours. I'm not committed. I'm committed, but not committed, man. Samjha karo. Janam, samjha karo. So, Wallada bint al-Mustakfi. So you can imagine this would wind up Ibn Zaydun. Now, Ibn Zaydun is saying all this poetry to her. There's an epic one of his, that Agharu alayki min nafsi wa minni. So let me just bring that back. So Ibn Zaydun saying to her that Agharu alayki min nafsi wa minni. That this is how, look, unsettled I am about you. That even from my own self, I'm kind of jealous almost about you. He says, وَمِنْكِ وَمِنْ زَمَانِكِ وَالْمَكَانِ. That from even from you, I'm jealous over you. Like, check this out. It says, وَلَوْ أَنِّي خَبَّعْتُكِ فِي عُيُونِي إِلَى يَوْمِ الْقِيَامَةِ مَا كَفَانِ. Allah. He says, if I could hide you away my eyes till the day of judgment, it still wouldn't be enough. This is his kind of... So she would be with him, and she would obviously say all these poems as well about him, but she would also tease, and she would be a bit self-sabotaging at times as well. So what she would do is sometimes she would entertain Ibn Abdus, because he was also a minister and he had a lot of wealth as well, and so she would entertain him. So what happens is Ibn Zaydun, obviously, he reacts as well. Like he thinks like, oh, so he thinks, Yaracha, two can play this game, man. Two people can play this game. So he also starts trying it on occasionally with one of Wallada's servants. One of her, she has these palace girls, the girls in this palace. So there was a particular one known as Ainaba, a grape. So he says, this one, grape. So Ibn Zaydun starts trying it on with her. Some people say he genuinely was trying it on with her. Some people say no, he was just doing it to wind up a Wallada. But anyway, it becomes apparent that, wait a minute, something's going on. So in this one gathering, Wallada is there, Ibn Abdus, all these people, it's a socialite gathering, and they have this Inaba, this girl, palace girl, she's singing, and Ibn Zaydun is taking so much attention to her, paying attention to, and he's praising her so excessively, and he's clearly enamored by her, that this infuriates Al-Wallada. She's like, Hamari maujudgi mein, in my presence, you naughty nutter. So she is not having this. So what she does is starts distancing Ibn Zaydun. She's clearly upset with him, and she asks him, can he leave? So he tries to say, look, hey, chill, relax, hey, what's up? He says, look, no, I was just, what do you mean? You're misunderstanding this. And he gives her time to cool down, but she doesn't. She's like, no. So, and she says some poems in this as well. She says to him, she has this poem that لو كنت تنصف بيننا في الهواء لم تهوى جاريتي ولم تتخيري. That if you were to be just in this desire between us, you wouldn't have chosen my slave girl, and you wouldn't have desired her. That she's saying this to her, to him, and she says that وتركت وتر what that what is it that well let's see if I've actually got it here somewhere. There's a poem. Right, let me bring this up. I think it's actually, I've got it on one of these pictures as well. Oh, there it is. وَتَرَكْتَ غُصْنًا مُثْمِرًا بِجَمَالِهِ, that you left a branch full of fruits. وَجَنَحْتَ لِلْغُصْنِ الَّذِي لَمْ يُثْمِرِ, and you went to a branch that didn't have fruits, meaning you chose my slave girl. Why didn't you go with her? Like, obviously she wasn't going to let him go with her either, but she was like, that's it, this is over. And then the mind games come back in. So she, to wind up Ibn Zaydun even more, she starts bringing Ibn Amir closer. So you've got, so now we've got, Abu Amir, Ibn Abdus, she starts bringing him closer. So she'll start hanging out with him. And it becomes clear, obviously, Ibn Zaydun hears from people, oh, she's taking a liking to him. And so obviously Ibn Abdus is kind of peeved off that what the hell, we had a thing going on, and how can she be doing this to wind me up? And so what happens is Ibn Zaydun comes to learn that Ibn Abdus is writing he's writing these love letters to her. And this one particular occasion, he writes something quite really grandiose to her. But Ibn Zaydun finds out, and remember, he's part of diplomacy and that ministerial platform. So he has access to sometimes when letters are going. So he intercepts this letter, he reads it, and then what he does is he writes a letter pretending that it's coming from Wallada and it's going to Ibn Abdus, and he proper insults him. This became known in history as Ar-Risalat al-Hazliya, the kind of hysterical letter or disparaging letter. And in it, I'll see if I actually may have brought it here to give you an example. He writes it's proper just insulting, and he's taking the mick out of him, and it's coming allegedly from Wallada, and he's obviously got all these seals and things to make it look like that. So let me just read a bit of it as an example. Amma ba'd ayyul musab bi'aqlihi, that you whose aql has been afflicted, and wal muwarrat bi jahlihi, and who's been caught in a dilemma because of his ignorance, wal mubayyin saqtuhu al fahish ghaltuhu, and he's just going on. He's just really the one al a'ma an shamsi nahari, that person who's so blind he can't even see the day of light, as-saqit saqut al-zabab ala sharab, the one who has fallen like the way a fly has fallen onto a drink, al-mutahafit tahafat al-farash al-shihab, he's ripping into him. He's really ripping into him. And he just goes and he ends it by saying as well, look, who people who they laugh at, and they do this, and his knowledge, wa dinuka zandaqa wa ilmuka mahraqa, and he's just going on. He's just ripping into him. So this this letter of his becomes viral. Like, people find out, and they all mocking Ibn Abdus. Obviously, they find out this was a prank. So Ibn Abdus is obviously, as you can imagine, incredibly annoyed. Wallada is quite upset as well, because she's saying, well, how dare you pretend to impersonate me and write a letter? So she's annoyed. Ibn Abdus uses this opportunity to get himself a bit closer to her. The opportunity. So he says, yeah, why don't we should meet up more and just diss him. It's like that, those memes where the guy is with the wife saying, hi yaar, acha, saying about her husband, yaar wo to sahi harami nikla. He's like, so he uses this as an opportunity to draw closer. And Wallada kind of knows as well, and she's angry, so she entertains this to enrage Ibn Zaydun even further. So Ibn Zaydun writes some poems to her, really popular ones as well, that, look, why are you doing this? Ala ma saramti hablaka min wusuli, that why have you kind of cut us off? And she's not engaging him. She's not allowing him entrance into the palace. She doesn't want to see him. And she's like, as far as he's concerned, he can burn a bit more. But she does actually love him. Now, this is the thing. She actually loves him. And she doesn't love this Ibn Abdus. But she's using this, that I know, why don't we let him allow this opportunity to make him burn a bit more? These mind games are going on, which are in many ways self-sabotaging. So, yeah, so whilst this is happening, Ibn Zaydun gets quite annoyed because he's heard that these two have an intimate relationship. So people are telling him, hey, you know what, Ibn Abdus is really close to her, blah, 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 blah. And so what he does is he comes out with another poem, Ibn Zaydun does, which was quite insulting to Wallada. So he has this poem where he says in it, let me see if it's let's see, actually, have I got it here? I might not have it here. No, I don't think I've got it here. But he says in it that وقالوا أبو عامر قد يلم بها. That he says that they tell me that Abu Amir is trying it on with her. And he says, قلت الفراشة قد تدنو من النار. See, now he says, and I told them the butterfly draws itself close to the fire. Now, the reason he uses butterflies, because Wallada was known as Farasha to Qurtuba, as the butterfly of Qurtuba. This was her kind of title, her tag that people would call her. So he says, Qultul Farashatu qad tadnu min al-nari. He says, I told them that the butterfly, it flies close to the fire. And he says, Ayyartumuna bi an qad sara yakhlufuna. He says, you call this out as a blemish, that somebody has followed after, succeeded us. Fi man nuhibbu wa ma fi dhaka min ari. He says that somebody has succeeded us, like come after us and taken our love. He says, but there's no shame in that. There's no blemish in this. And then this last stanza, he says that وَكَمْ شَهِيٍّ. He says, وَكَمْ شَهِيٍّ أَصَبْنَا مِنْ أَطَايِبِهِ بَعْضًا وَبَعْضًا صَفَحْنَا عَنْهُ لِلْفَارِ. Now, this Ibn Abdus, he used to be known, he used to have a nickname, the mouse. He used to be called Fa'ar. Okay, so people used to call him Fa'ar. So Ibn Zaydun says in this final stanza, he says, and how many delicious foods have we already, asabna min atayibi, we've already consumed the best of it. Ba'dan wa ba'dan safahna anhu lilfari. And he says, and we've had a good amount of it ourselves, and then some of it we've left for the mouse to eat. Now this was incredibly degrading. And obviously, he's likened her to food, but in many ways, he's indicating that she's just basically like a whore, that this is what she is, that, we've already had so much of her, and we've eaten our full, we've had our fill, and now we've just thrown it to the mice and the rats. Wallada took incredible offense to this. She was so offended. that because she is ultimately, I mean, she is the great, great granddaughter of An-Nasir, Abdurrahman An-Nasir, in his time, the most powerful Muslim on earth. I mean, she's not just, although she doesn't have that same glory today, but she's still from the upper elite echelons of Andalusi society. And he's just, treating her like this in this poem. And the poems would go viral. They were like viral clips today. So she said, I can never forgive him for that. And this is the strange thing, that this kind of love story, they both had so much love for each other. But it's like, for some reason, these push-pull factors kept making them sabotage their relationship. So she's absolutely fuming. Ibn Abdus obviously uses this opportunity, and he says, you know what? He says that he needs to be taught a lesson. So the princess is obviously, she's had it with him as well. So she's not going to take his side right now. So he wins her approval, and using his ministerial reach, he has him arrested over some charges which are to do with something else. He tells the king, which is Abul Hazm Jahwar, that, did you know Ibn Zaydun is actually liaising with the king of Seville, which is Ishbiliya, and I think there were actually some liaisons. So, and I think Ibn Zaydun had been offered a job prospect from Ishbiliya, which is Seville in southern Spain, which was a slightly more powerful kingdom than Qurtuba, but he hadn't taken it up yet. But this is said to the king. The king says, what the hell, is this guy a traitor? Has him imprisoned. So Ibn Zaydun is in Qurtuba in prison. Now, this news obviously reaches Wallada, and for some reason she makes it known to Ibn Zaydun in prison that, let it be known that I'm actually very close these days with Ibn Abdus. Me and Ibn Abdus. So it's weird that these mind games continued. In prison, Ibn Zaydun writes one of his most popular poems, known as his Nuniya, because it ends with a noon. I mean, he says several poems, but he has this poem which became so well known. He says, "Adhat tana'i badilan an tadanina," that separation, or being afar from each other, has now substituted our proximity. That adhat tana'i badilan an tadanina, from our closeness. وَنَابَ عَنْ طِيبِ لُقْيَانَ تَجَافِينَ. Allah. He says, and in place of the goodness that we, the pleasures of meeting each other, we now have this bitterness that has taken its place. إِنَّ الزَّمَانَ الَّذِي مَا زَالَ يُضْحِكُنِي أُنْسًا بِقُرْبِكُمْ قَدْ عَادَ يُبْكِينَ. He says, indeed, like the time, the day and age which used to always have me smiling in laughter with meeting you, has now come back to make me cry. Allah. And he says, Wallahi, Wallahi ma talabat ahwa'ana badalan minki walan sarafat anki amani. He ends it with that line. Actually, it's a long poem, but he says, Wallahi, our desires today do not desire a replacement for you. Like, you are still the one in my heart. This is what he's saying. Neither have my heart's intents changed. This is one of his most powerful poems. It is said by some historians that Wallada does have a change of heart and writes to him, because she has this poem that ترقب إذا جن الليل زيارتي فإني رأيت الليل أكتم للسر. That she writes this poem that when it's nightfall, wait for my visit. but she never does visit. Now, why? Arguably, once again, people say it's because of her this kind of this split mind. Okay, some people say that she was always bothered by this thought that she felt. She says to Ibn Zaydun on certain things, you just want to achieve me as though I'm a prize because I'm this princess and you need to have me, that this is like your goal. And she doesn't deny that he loves her, and she doesn't deny that she loves him. She actually says that she is the love of her life. But there's a side of her that says, well, he just wants, like, but he needs to have you. Is it because you're like a prize to him? And this self-sabotaging of being able to just embrace this relationship, the fear, and this is why this whole thing of fear disguised as practicality, that if she just fully embraced it, if he fully embraced it, if maybe there's a fear that I don't know, like, what if I fail in it? So why don't I just sabotage it? You know, years ago, I remember when I did when I was doing my psychology degree, I read this book, Games People Play. I think, what's his name? Byrne. Is it Eric Byrne? But so one of the games, and it's about transactional analysis, which is like a splinter off from psychoanalysis. And what he argues is that people often play games, but they may not know that this is a game. So he gives the example, like, let's say, he says there's a housewife who wants to become something, like she wants to have a career in something, but she's always afraid that she's going to fail in that, like she'll never be able to make it. So she marries a man who is very controlling and doesn't let her have a career. And then she says to people, well, oh, the reason I don't follow a career is because, you know, my husband won't really have it and he's too strict. But in underlying this, there's a game script where she has facilitated a situation that will then prevent her from doing that thing that she's afraid of. She's afraid of failing in. So this is a scenario, like, and the whole book is with many different kind of games that people play. So it's called Games People Play. So similarly, you've got this going on here between Wallada and Ibn Zaydun. And whilst this is happening, Ibn Abdus thinks that, yar, you know, yar, strike whilst the iron is hot, yar, strike. So he thinks, you know what? Ibn Zaydun's been in prison for over a year now, or maybe like for about 2 years, I think, or 1.5 years. So he plots to have him executed. Obviously, he's got ministerial prestige and power. He's got a lot of wealth and he's got sway with the people, the powers that be. So because his charge as well was one of treason, alleged treason, because although it was debatable, he was saying he's becoming very friendly with a neighboring king that is in opposition. So he kind of romps it up and tells the king, and they're plotting to have him executed now. And apparently the king agrees. He says, well, if he is a traitor, then, you know, rather without him than with him. So upon hearing this, Ibn Zaydun thinks, yar. He thinks, damn. He says, you know, beep, things got real, huh? He thinks, I can't be having this. So, rato rat, overnight, huh? He plots and does a prison escape. Prison break. Allah. And he pulls it off. He escapes from prison, and with the security of nightfall, they say in one day reaches Seville, a journey that would normally take 3 days. This is how he fled for his life. and he makes it to Seville. And in Seville, the king, as I'd mentioned, already knew of him. And he was a great, you see, Ibn Zaydun was a great diplomat. There's no denying that. He was also somebody that had been called in when there were tensions between non-Muslims and Muslims. He actually came in, and there's at least 2 popular incidents that he resolves, or he's called in as a mediator at a national level. This is who he is. So when he arrives in Seville, the king immediately grants him the post. Says to him, I want you to be my home secretary, and then the foreign secretary, and he eventually gets 2 posts. But in between, he's now in Seville. So he escapes with his life, but his heart has been left behind in Qurtuba. Allah, Allah, people, Allah. And he can't get Wallada out of his mind. But he has to focus on his new job, his career, and he has to build this up. And Wallada as well, she just, like, because of that insult that he, in that poem, degraded her, she maintains her stance. And the years start to go by. And they're still saying poems. Ibn Zaydun has said so many poems in between. And these poems have circulated. People in Qurtuba have heard of them. And he says poems about Wallada. He says, Inni dhakartuki biz-Zahra. Allah, remember the place I said you had Madinatul Zahra? You can still visit some kind of remnants of it in Spain today. The museum and stuff, they've kind of created this tourism aspect to it. And he says that Inni dhakartuki, that Inni dhakartuki biz-Zahra'i mushtaqa. Allah says, I remember you in Zahra, like whilst driven with so much passion towards you. That this is him saying this. And yeah, and he says, وَمَرْءَ الْأَرْضِ. But these poems of his are well known. He continues to write poems. She does say a few poems, but not directly towards Ibn Zaydun, but she continues to lament and have this feeling, and she feels that she was insulted, but at the same time she's torn in this love towards him. And then the years start to pile up. All these years are piling up. Ibn Zaydun comes back to Qurtuba. He makes peace with Jahwar, and Jahwar, they say, is passing away. He passes away. His son becomes king, and his son was a childhood friend of Ibn Zaydun. So Ibn Zaydun gets a job with him, a diplomatic post, but it's not that long. He then has to go back to the Ishbili kings of Seville, who are planning to take over, by the way. And he gets elevated. His career's thriving. They send him off to different places. He has to go on diplomatic missions, and these diplomatic missions take like half a year sometimes. You've got to go all the way to Valencia, go all the way to Malaga, stay there, sort this dispute, travel over there, come back. So this is going on. And the years have passed, and a decade and more has passed now. Ibn Zaydun, although he does marry, people saw marriage more as pragmatism back then. He does marry and he does have kids, but he continues to be blindly in love with Wallada. That after more than a decade plus, they say almost nearing 2 decades, he comes back to Qurtuba to find Wallada. And they say that Wallada at that time hears that he's looking for her, but she's aged. And she feels that, you see, because Wallada, by the way, refused to marry anyone. She keeps her gatherings going. She has people coming. Ibn Abdus is showering money over her. She lets him be with her by her side for stuff. She does take his money when it's needed and his help, but she refuses to marry him. And he tries and tries. Ibn Abdus continues to try till his death. She refuses. So at this stage, coming back to this, so it's been almost just under the better part of 2 decades, Ibn Zaydun comes to visit. But she's aged. And they say that she finds out Ibn Zaydun is looking for her and he's in Qurtuba. But she says that, you know what? She refuses to meet him. And she says, I would rather the memory he keeps of me is that of me with my youth. Because I don't want him to see me and replace that face with this old face. And Ibn Zaydun doesn't get to meet her, and he goes back and falls ill and then dies. She almost continues to live almost another 2 decades after she dies, an incredibly old woman. I think in her late 80s she dies. Till her death, she remains a bachelorette. She refuses to marry. With a deeply anchored love for Ibn Zaydun. But a love that never got to see its fruition. Mostly because of an uncertainty, a self-sabotaging self. A fear, perhaps, that maybe Ibn Zaydun was just doing this because she had some notoriety, because she had stature and she was from the elite, or maybe she was just a prize to him, or maybe better will come, or maybe it was too good to be true. So it was, but this to and fro between her love and teasing and tantalizing and self-sabotaging led to one of the most unfulfilled love stories of Islamic history. She dies as a bachelorette, having left, though, in her wake a legacy of so much poetry, especially from Ibn Zaydun. She turns Ibn Zaydun into one of the greatest poets of all time. You know, there's a poem that in makhmur nigahon ke karishme toba pak bazon ko bhi mekhar bana dete hain, that the kind of intoxication of these eyes, toba, they turn even the pious into alcoholics. This is what it's saying. और पे बापे जुल्मो सितम राह मोहब्बत में कमर एक इंसान को फनकार बना देते. It is so true. He says that, and a series of zulm and sitam, of just affliction and tragedy. The poet, whose name is Qamar, says, they turn an insan into an artist. Wow. And such is true. Although their love story was incomplete, what it triggered through sublimation, as psychoanalysts would say, was Ibn Zaydun actualizing his passion and channeling it into poetry. And he went on to write some of the most incredible poetry, most of which was always dedicated to Wallada. But there we find people, a path they chose to take was unfortunately a path of fear, disguised perhaps as practicality, that what would people say that now he said this poem about me. And for him as well, he, that she was teasing him. What would people say if he didn't do other things? And what a story, huh? Wow. Honestly. So do in your own time, if you have an opportunity, do check that out. this was just a picture. You can see there one of his famous poems as well. Ala ma saramta hablaka min wusuli. That why did you cut this rope between us? Huh? Of unity. Why did you, of union? Why did you cut it? Or why do you cut it? So people, with that, I give you Ibn Zaydun and Wallada bint Al-Mustakfi. Allahu Akbar. And we find in stories strength and lessons. Yeah, wow. So let's move on, people. And I do think historically there's been so much tragedy. There has often just been tragedy, I have to say. So much tragedy, huh? Yeah. Let me share the link, and if anybody wants to jump on, you're more than welcome. If not, we can wrap this up. Let me get the link. This is so sad. It was indeed. It was. This is why it was so relevant to when Jaun Elia says, "Uski ummeed naz ka ye maan tha ke aap umar guzar dijiye, umar guzar di gayi." That he said that the request from her or from him in this case, however you want to take it, is that you must spend a lifetime devoted. And he says, I have now spent that lifetime. Allah, Allah, Allah. Or as the poet says, हमने तेरे बाद मोहब्बत को जब भी लिखा गुनाह लिखा. Wow, 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 wow. He says, we have after you when it came to love. Whenever we wrote the word, we wrote it as crime. हमने तेरे बाद मोहब्बत को जब भी लिखा गुनाह लिखा. Wow, wow, wow. People, with that, I've shared the link. Let's get some of you blessed souls on here, and let's see what's going on. I will meanwhile just see if I can, what's going on here, get my Bluetooth. All right, people, what is going on? Here it is. Connect. All right, this is now connected, people. So, right, that's that. Well, meanwhile, let me take a look at some of your comments. I want to read the full story. Yeah, it's good. You should. Saliha, ahlan wa sahlan, assalamu alaikum, drowning. Gotta test that commitment. Scorpio, yep, that's the one. But it's just, it's a shame to see the unfulfilled potential that they had. But I guess it manifested itself in a different sense by leaving for us so much poetry. Seema, shukran, much love for the super chat. Dearly appreciate it. Thank you for all your love, hard work, and courage in showing that reason and religion can coexist. I reverted after watching your videos. Wow. I'm honored, and I highly appreciate your comment, really. May Allah bless your journey to start off with. And yeah, that it means a lot. It means a lot. So just seeing that not only has it helped, but it actually brought you back to the path of faith, the journey of Islam. Allahu Akbar. So yeah, shukran again. And what I'll do for the rest of you, I'll put out there the link. Right, let me catch up on some comments. Called him a drowning fly. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. It definitely has improved my life for the better. Yeah. You know, this path of faith, it involves as much, if not more, unlearning as it does learning along the way. And we have to do that. We have to unlearn so many things. We have to, yeah, because, because we there's so much culture, there's so much folklore, there's so much, there's lenses, filters, how we view, there's our interface with God, how we interact with God. There's our understanding of God. There's our expectations of God, how we expect God to be with us and towards us. This all needs to change. And maybe not for everyone, but for a lot of us. It took me many years as well, with many things too. And it's, it's important. Yeah. But it's honestly, it is a beautiful journey, and it makes Iman and faith so sweet. Honestly, it changes everything. Everything. It's like, yeah. It's like one could say, well, there's a drink and one is sweet and the other becomes so distasteful that it could be somewhat poisonous. There's and one is not only sweet but nourishing, but yet they are both drinks seen from an objective lens. They're still just drinks, but it's how they serve and the functionality they have. And the faith should always complement your life, should never impede your life, should never, if your faith is making your life more difficult for you, then, that's an alarm bell that something's not right. Because Islam should always complement your life. It should always add peace. It should never be making you more anxious. يسروا ولا تعسروا بشروا ولا تنفروا. Yeah. Alama Lonzetta, shukran Mufti for helping that deprogramming process. Yeah, so true. The woman in the story was horrible. Yeah. But we are all victims of our circumstances. The glass or the mirror is so clear when it's the rear view mirror. Okay. And it's even clearer when it's watching somebody else. You see, when we watch other people's lives, we're like, oh, this is so easy. It makes sense. They just did this wrong. They did that wrong. This person was horrible. This person is this. But maybe we're doing the exact same things. We're probably, but we're justifying it. I'm sure they justified it. I'm sure they said, well, no, it's not practical, or I'm sure this person, he shouldn't have done that. He made this mistake, or he shouldn't have said this poem about me, or what will people say, or what will. So, yeah. So I'm sure people always do that. Yeah. All right, people, I'll share the link. If anybody does want to come on, they do have to switch on the video cam and they have to switch on their mic. And that will then show through here once it shows through. So do be in front of the cam and then I can bring you up on this. Okay. Yep, I've got to agree. Was this unlearning to learn was the biggest and hardest struggle, but so worth it, like you mentioned. Yeah. That is definitely the case. People, otherwise we could wrap it up today. If I'm sure there's quite a few episodes of the TV series I've got to catch up on. All right, so where are we at, people? There are, unfortunately, in history a lot of tragic love stories, but there's some worse than that, really hard hitting. I'll share some in the future. If you want tragedy, it's going to leave you a bit Devdas moment. You're going to be like Dukhi Atmas. You're going to be a bit like, Yaar, ye ho ka raha hai. But yeah, I've got to tell some of these stories. There's remember Diqul Jinn. We've got to cover his. Cool. What time will you go to sleep? Sleep is for the mere mortal. Allah. Somebody had asked there was a message I saw right there about Daniel Haqiqatjou's debate. Let me see. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh wa maghfiratuh wa jannatuh. Allah. Have you watched Daniel's debate on Muslim women shouldn't get educated? I haven't watched it. What I would say is, look, I mean, I where does one even be? A discussion like that doesn't even need to be entertained. Okay. You would already know the answers to that question. Should women be educated? And you don't need people like Daniel Haqiqatjou to tell you the answer. Let him be. If he wants to keep saying these things, he's more than welcome to say it. Because surely, if people want to hear that, they can go and hear it. But you don't need somebody to answer that question. That's like saying, it's a simple question, like asking that, should we eat healthy food? I know, let me watch a 2-hour lecture from a sheikh saying, no, we shouldn't. Or I don't know if it's 2 hours or 1 hour, or whatever it is, half an hour, whatever it is. So it doesn't need, you don't need a person, you don't need to watch someone to tell you a clearly wrong answer when the first very verse of the Quran of Revelation began with Iqra, read. How could any person calling to illiteracy, and he may say, well, he's not calling to illiteracy, he's calling just to I don't know, no higher learning or no higher education, no further education, as in state education. But do you really need to hear it from him? And if you do, then there you go. Well, that's that. Because people, we must remember, people or these views or these this phenomenon is only there because people want it to be there. You see, people like Daniel Haqiqatjou do not operate in a vacuum. They operate by supply and demand, just like anyone. One could say, just like me, could like anyone. One could say, every single person is operating with dynamic exchange. There is a demand for what he is saying. Therefore, there is a supply. You know, people, I'm sure many people, surprisingly, to my amazement, but I'm sure not to their own, they must love what he has to say. So, so there you go. Mabruk, have it. I mean, it doesn't, you know, to me, these things, they don't really warrant, you don't need to deconstruct things like that are just common sense. And if you do, then God, you know, then may God have mercy on you if you need that. So yeah. But like I say, these things, you don't need to watch, you don't need to panic. You know, it's like some people say, oh my God, can somebody deconstruct his video? It's like, why? Why do you feel concerned? Why do you say, oh my God, people are watching this? People can make up their own mind. You know, so, oh my God, now non-Muslims will think that no Muslims allow. Well, you know, don't flatter. You know, don't flatter these people by trying to say now all of non-Muslims. I really doubt that all of non-Muslims rely on such people. But look, relax. If people want to watch them, let them watch them. People don't want to watch them, don't watch them. You don't need to engage these people by trying to dedicate hours and hours. And you definitely don't need to have anxiety issues over this. Because I have had a few people reach out to me, and I honestly can't see that why people are getting stressed out. You know, so what? People have said worse than Daniel Haqiqatjou. You know, people have said much worse than that. So, what makes him so special? Yeah. The young, insecure male incel audience appeal to that type of content. Well, let them. You know, they can have it. They can have it and more of it. I'm sure WWII will be more than happy to keep entertaining. I'm sure, you know, fine. More power to you. You know, honestly, Daniel Haqiqatjou, you know, I don't harbor any resentment towards him. And even, you know, for saying this kind of stuff that he does, like women should pray in a closet or women should not leave the premises or doing all this kind of stuff. Sure, I find it absurd, but I'm sure he would never in his right mind ever have a discussion with somebody like me over it. But do I harbor and do I even think, oh my God, what is he saying? What is it? No. In fact, more power to him. You know why? Because look, he sees a market and he goes in. You know, he sees demand and he supplies. He's an intelligent businessman. You know, he's become a somebody from a nobody in the Islamic sense. I'm not saying this to discredit him. I mean, he has a degree from, I think, Harvard, but in Islamic studies, I don't know what he has. I don't think he definitely isn't qualified in an Islamic sense. I'm not saying he doesn't know anything about Islam. He does know stuff about it. He definitely knows much more than your common person, and he does know about Islam. He's not new to Islam, and he's not ignorant of Islam. But it doesn't make him a qualified mufti or a faqih or a muhaddith or a scholar or an alim ud-din. He's not on that level, but he's still intelligent about Islam, and he's clearly, to me, I see in him, like I see in many of these people, I see things operating beyond the apparent. I see a very astute, a genius in his own right. You see, he arises out of the obscure and he becomes somebody. And people follow. You got to admire that. You see, you got to admire that this guy has no Islamic. Think about it. He's not going to be scaffolded up, or he's not rising with Islam. However, the likes of Sheikh Yasir Qadi Sahib, Damat Barakatuhu, obviously gave him a foothold and picked him up, and the Yaqeen Institute had him as the key researcher or whatever he was, gave him some noble position, and then as they give honorifics, they call people sheikh and everything, and ustad. And don't get me wrong, I would call him, from his knowledge side, ustad as well. But I'm sure they called him sheikh, because I would call ustad anybody who has a good degree of understanding about Islam. That doesn't mean that they have to profess it well. Doesn't mean they have to have good opinions. Doesn't mean they have to, but they have a good amount of information. Doesn't mean that they're qualified to a mufti level or a sheikh level. You're talking about 6 to 8 years full-time education. Full-time. That's like, that's something else. So most people are not qualified to that level, but more power to them. They know how to see something and seize it. Why is you gotta rate that, because they see that. If I told you, imagine I told you there's going to be a person, let's say, here's this person, or I gave you a person and said, look, here he is. He doesn't look very Islamic, and I'm saying this as in people would judge me as well. I don't look so Islamic. Neither does he. Dress Western, let's say, doesn't have a big beard, doesn't generally, let's say, wear a hat or whatever, is studied in Western academia, doesn't have Islamic qualifications. Now, I want you to make that this person is not only going to attain, let's say, sheikhdom, celebrity sheikhdom. Clearly, look, whether we like it or not, Daniel Haqiqatjou is an Islamic celebrity. He is. There's no hiding that. He clearly is an Islamic celebrity. Now, if I told you this person is going to not only attain Islamic celebrityship, but he's going to, whilst attaining it, say the most absurd things that nobody with their right mind would say, like women cannot in Islam go to university. Now you would think, they'd never be able to pull it off. How could you do that? And he's done it. So, you've got to rate that he has clearly seen a market and he's gone in. He's gone for the kill, and he'll come out with even more absurd things because he realizes that there's a market for it. Fair enough, because to be honest, I would have really doubted that anybody would have as much courage to say things like this publicly in this day and age, whilst looking in that sense like that. And I'm not saying this to judge him by his looks, but let's just be honest. If you're going to be very judgmental, he doesn't come across, if you're as a traditional is like an Islamic person. Neither do I. Neither do. But so somebody like that, and who's Western, living in the West, and he's going to say things like that, you think, nah, you got to be crazy. Nobody would do that, and he's done it. He's pulled it off, and he's getting views. I'm sure he's getting paid. So you know what? I see in that the genius that other people don't see. So am I worried by it? Hell no. Why should I be worried? Does it disturb me? No. People have said crazier things than that. Yeah. I would love to have a discussion with him though. I mean, I'd be polite and I'd be respectful. I'm respectful with all my guests on Mindtrap. If maybe Daniel Haqiqatjou watches this, if you do ever warm up to having to being a guest on my show, then ahlan wa sahlan, and I will be courteous to you and respectful, but I would love to have you on a show and have a discussion with you on some of these matters, if you're ever willing to do that. If not, chalo, it is what it is. Mufti, your audience are a curious and smart bunch. Yeah, they are, exactly. Mufti holding back. Yeah, I mean, look, it's not about, look, nothing I've said is actually wrong. It's actually from a meta-analytic perspective, bang on. You see, what we don't see in people, a moment ago we were analyzing Wallada bint Al-Mustakfi, and from this safe distance of 1,000 years, so easy to say, well, what a fool, what an idiot. She is just so stubborn. Oh, she was just self-conceited. Oh, she was just afraid. Oh, she was just, and to be so judgmental, it's easy. And maybe she was these things. Maybe she wasn't, but whatever. The point is, she lived her life and she did what she did, and I'm sure she had many regrets. But in similar ways, I do stand back, and maybe now with somewhat more maturity, and I observe people, and I think to myself, what? Manna padega. You've got to give it that they've pulled off certain things that you think nobody would pull this off in their right mind, but they have pulled it off with actual gain, social gain, celebratory gain, financial gain, influential gain, power. They've pulled it off with power. And so ultimately, well played. As to should you learn Islam from them, well, I'm sure my viewers would have more sense to already know the answer. People, somebody just coming on. If you do want to join the live chat, you've got to activate your camera, show us your beautiful face, Allahu Akbar, or handsome face, and let's get. I've got someone just tuning in. Faruk Bin Inam.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam, Faruk. Ahlan wa sahlan. Where are you joining us from?
फिर भी दिल है हिंदुस्तानी.
फिर भी दिल है हिंदुस्तानी. क्या बात है यार. सारे जहां से अच्छा हिंदुस्तान हमारा. क्या बात है.
How are you, Mufti
Well,
Sahab?
I'm good. I'm good. And we're from Hindustan. में कहाँ से हैं आप? Where are you from?
You know Karnataka?
Yeah, salam, from Karnataka. Okay,
Yes.
damn. You know what? I'm really glad you've joined the discussion. Right. So with all the sorry, I know you've probably got something, but I mean, I'll let you say whatever you want to say. But I would like to circle back to what is going on right now with the hijab Rao and the judgments in Karnataka. I'd like to circle back to that, but and because you're from there, first person perspective, it would mean a lot. But first of all, whatever was on your mind, be my guest. What's been preoccupying your precious thoughts, Faruk ji?
Yeah, it's too many things, but one thing I would like to ask you regarding this Pehli Wahi ka Vakya.
Pehli?
Wahi ka Vakya.
Pehli Wahi.
Ji. What's your perspective regard? Sorry?
Karnataka में अच्छा उर्दू हिंदी समझते हैं? Do they understand उर्दू हिंदी?
जी नहीं, उर्दू तो नहीं आती,
अच्छा,
बट हिंदी अच्छे से आती।
हिंदी आती नहीं, आपको तो आती है, but I thought people in Karnataka don't normally, I don't think they do they understand? Do most people then understand Hindi there?
Yeah, most of them do, but actually in the rural areas they don't know.
Acha. What's the main language? Is it Malayalam?
It's not at all. It's Kannada.
Kannada. Okay, Kannada. Okay.
Yes.
See, wow. All right, epic. So, do you? A random question here. I'm just so curious. When you hear things like Telugu or Malayalam or these, can you understand them?
I can understand Kannada because I have been living for quite a few years.
No, but
Telugu just a little bit.
Kannada, no, but Kannada is your language, isn't it? The
national. No.
I mean, not national.
No.
Sorry,
actually, I am from a state called Assam.
Oh, Assam, right on the east.
Yes, northeast. Yes.
The one that kind of breaks off. It's just like this on its own.
Yes. The seventh. It's also called the Seven Sisters.
Okay. Wow. Okay. What language is that over there?
It's called Okhomia in our language, but generally people call it Assamese.
Wow. Okay. See, look at all of these cultures, man. Honestly, India is such a big place and it's full of so much diversity.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, shukran. No, I used to be I'm always curious that these southern Indian languages, if they understand one, do they understand the other? Are they similar? But I think they're not. I think they're actually just totally different.
Yeah.
Languages.
I mean, Kannada and Telugu still they have some similarities, but just on the face value, people might understand a few words, but when you start having a conversation, they will have no idea what they are talking about.
So yeah. So coming
actually,
back to
in my hand, I am still processing that I'm talking to you.
क्या बात है यार, क्या बात है. Assam. All right. This is so talk to us. What's on your mind? Yeah.
Actually, I would like to know what's your perspective. I mean, how is it different in your perspective? Pehli Wahi ka Vakya.
Oh, right. Okay. Okay. Now,
I mean, I'm asking you, even though you have answered this in one of your Monday nights, but I think it's gone private. I think so.
I'm not sure because I mean, I'm trying to think of the exact, when you were saying the first contact of revelation.
Yes.
Are we asking what it was like? What's the narrow in the question? When you're saying what was it? What do you mean? What was what?
I would like to know what's different in this story you actually consider.
All right. Okay. So,
am I making myself clear?
Okay. So tell me what the normal story is, and I'll tell you or just very briefly, what do you see the normal story as?
Okay, what I think is he got the revelation in the cave, and he actually, Prophet actually did not know what's happening to him, even though he heard each and everything, and he was not able to comprehend, and he went to his wife and I don't know, he asked her to cover him with blanket or something. And
yeah, sure. Okay, yeah. So this, I don't think there's any.
I mean, the usual story.
There's nothing different about that story.
I was going through actually the Gandhi Saab's perspective regarding this.
Okay,
but
what's
since
Gandhi
he
Saab?
speaks, actually that's the problem. Since he speaks only in Urdu and I can't understand that level of Urdu. So,
Okay.
so I could not make much of it. But then I came across the website of yours, where they have put each and everything with the timestamps and the Monday nights that
Wow.
particular episode number.
Wow.
But
Okay,
then
so let me
yes,
okay, so right, I don't think anybody really disagrees with that what you've mentioned, series of
yes,
events.
yes,
The only thing is so when revelation happened, what is the description? So,
yes,
for example, we know that the Prophet ﷺ would retreat to this cave where he had a mindful
yes,
practice. So the Prophet would yatahannaf. Now, we're not exactly sure how or what were these meditation practices that the Prophet would do.
yes,
Because when Islam came, the first early years, which were the most of prophethood, 13 years, was spent in a very difficult struggle, like a very uphill battle for Islam and its identity. Then the following decade, the last, which is the last, let's say, 9 or near 10 years of the Prophet's life, these are spent in trying to not only set up a settlement, which is a Madinatul Munawwara, but also resisting battles and attacks, and so much is going on that along the way people have passed away. And then after the Prophet ﷺ has passed, he himself has reached a certain age that people that knew him from back then would also have been that age, and many of them would have passed as well. So what happens is the hadith that come later, most of those people weren't with the Prophet when he was in Gharu Hira. So, like, let's say when you're going to get narrations from some companions, even from Aisha radiallahu anha, she wouldn't have been with the Prophet at the time of Gharu Hira. He wasn't, obviously, Aisha wouldn't have been with him at that time. So,
don't we have hadith from his wife Khadija?
right,
I
no,
mean,
so we do. No,
as
so we
in
do.
she is narrating.
Yes,
Okay,
we
this
do.
happened that
But
day. Is she's
yes, but
narrating to
if
someone?
yes, but the thing is, yes, so the chains are the issue,
Yes,
because the point is going to be she passes away well before.
yes,
So the question is, well, who is narrating this and how well is the description? Because by the time they're telling this story, so the assumption is this, look, the assumption is that somebody has heard Khadija radiallahu anha tell them this incident. But then Khadija radiallahu anha herself was not there in the cave. You have to keep that in mind, that Khadija was not there in the cave. The Prophet ﷺ was in the cave. When the Prophet ﷺ experiences what he experiences, he is really deeply shaken by it. Whatever the incident, however it was, obviously it's revelation, but how is it experienced? It is very traumatic for the Prophet ﷺ. He gets away from there. He is in a state of shock. And he comes to Khadija radiallahu anha, and this part is being transmitted, that he's saying, look, comfort him, that he wants, and it's actually, even till today, it's used as a medical and psychological therapeutic practice to kind of cover this kind of covering and comforting, because it provides that. And then the Prophet is trying to make sense of what has just happened. This is so overwhelming. And then Khadija is mentioning that she goes to her relative who's a Christian and very well known, and this whole thing that, and he tells them that no, this is revelation, because in Bukhari, the riwayah, this is the first, you've got this chapter, كيف كان بدء الوحي, how did revelation begin, and this is the lengthy hadith in it. So he tells them that how is how is this person, the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, how does he treat the poor? Does he feed the homeless? Does he do this? Does he do that? And then he says that, you know what, since these things are true, he says that I fear for him the day that his people will turn against him and they will remove him. And she said, and the Prophet saying that, our mukhrijiyahum, would they remove me? And he's saying that, you know, you've got no idea what's in store. And then most muhaddith, I mean, there's a difference of opinion, but people say revelation does not continue. It's punctuated from that point to maybe 1.5 years later, some have argued. Some have said maybe a year later or the better part of a year, but usually they say like 1.5 years almost. So the question is that the description, how the manifestation of revelation took place, I think it's very difficult to put that into words. And for people to then narrate it, let's say 30 years from today, or 20 years from today, it's very difficult, like such an experience to be put into words, because the experience itself is what we would describe as ineffable. So ineffability is when we can't put things exactly into words. So that's the Gharu Hira thing. So it's not, so I would say that in terms of what you said overall, there isn't a disagreement. Everybody agrees that the Prophet ﷺ would often go to this cave, Gharu Hira. He would seclude himself. He would meditatively practice mindfulness. We don't know what he used to with the techniques, but we know he used to do this, and we know he used to do this regularly. Then we know there's revelation that he receives, and then we know there is this period of shock that the Prophet goes through, and then maybe 1.5 years, within 2 years, there is revelation is resumed, and then the Prophet finds this peace and solace, and then he is instructed to go and preach, and then the other tribulations begin. So I don't think people disagree with all of this. As to
what about him trying to commit suicide, or at least thinking of suicide?
Yeah, people have disagreed on that. Yeah, so people
I
have
mean,
disagreed.
what I think, I maybe I got Gandhi Sahib wrong, but maybe he was saying that he actually did not try to commit suicide. I mean, he's going through a series right now, which is very interesting.
Yeah, I have that in my Bukhari gate as well, that I say that this is clearly an inaccurate hadith, and I think most people accept it's inaccurate, and they try to say this is Ibn Shihab speaking and not the chain. But you see, this then what it does is you see, you can't, the thing is, you see, you come back to first mover principles, that what is motivating our study. And once we clear that, because if we say, well, what's motivating it is trying to be clear and objective and transparent, then the rules have to be the same everywhere. If you say, well, look, in this case, even though the sanad is there, but in this case, we're going to pretend that this word, when it says he, is going back to just him, which is fine, but then you have to accept that the reason you're doing that is because this hadith is appearing disrespectful to the Prophet, which I agree it is. Now, in which case, other asanid and other hadith in the same book are equally questionable. So you can't say, well, I'm only, you see, because it's either it's all or nothing. You see, once you open the door, it's in. You either don't open the door or you open it. And then the problem is, when does it come in? It's subject to interpretation. You application, sorry. You might say I criticize, let's say you're critical of 200 hadith in Bukhari. Maybe somebody else is critical of 10. Maybe somebody else is critical of 300. Maybe somebody else is critical of 500. I mean, maybe somebody's critical of 700. But keeping in mind, there's 7,800 hadith in Bukhari, at least in this narration that we have. So that's still only 10%. It's not a lot. So the question is, well, about criticality of having that lens, but then what is motivating us to be critical is another question. So yeah, but coming to did the Prophet ﷺ try to commit suicide? I don't believe the Prophet ﷺ tried to commit suicide. And the question, you see, it comes back to this same thing. Like, let's be honest, there were no Muslims at that time, apart from the Prophet's wife, Khadija. So the question is, who are these people that were never there? Because the Muslims that come to Islam, remember in Mecca, Muslims were a few. And the early Muslims like Abu Bakr, Umar, like even though Umar slightly later, but Ali radiallahu anh, sorry, Abu Bakr, Umar, let's say these people from early Islam, they actually just transmit a few hadith only. And most of the hadith are coming from people who come almost 20 years after Islam has already arrived. Like Abu Hurairah comes in the last 2 years maybe of Islam, 2-3 years of Islam. With the Prophet, 3 is a stretch, but okay, 2. Even 2, I don't think he fully, it's if you're counting full years, I don't think. But anyway, the point is that, so, and I'm not saying he's transmitting this hadith, but the people that come even after. So where are they getting this knowledge from? Now, we don't know. So, okay, so some people will say, well, that's fine, because all Sahaba, it doesn't matter, because we're just going to say it's fine, because all Sahaba are fine and acceptable. But we have to, when we're talking about Islam origin stories, so far, if it's going to appear to be questioning the Prophet and disrespectful, then obviously our honor and love for the Prophet ﷺ comes first, and we have to question that. Look, wait a minute, okay, at that time there were no Muslims, so who's telling this story? It's like it doesn't really make much sense. If a person, like if I say to you, well, oh yeah, when you were like, somebody's saying, like, imagine I'm saying about you that, oh, I don't know how old you are, but let's say I say, oh yeah, when Faruk was 12, he one day said this. So people might say, well, okay, but how do you know? You weren't there when he was 12, and you don't even know him from before this. So I say, yeah, but I know somebody else who knows somebody else who knows somebody else who. But I say, but at that time there were no Muslims. So there was. So yeah, so I think these are interesting questions. Does it change does it change anything? I don't think it changes much in terms of revelation. We know that the revelation came. We know it came in the when it did, it was very it had like a very overwhelming impact on the Prophet. We know that the Prophet was comforted by Khadija. We know that the first revelation was Iqra. We know this, we know. So people say, but how did it exactly happen? What were the incidents? So the Prophet is reporting that he's feeling all this pressure. And people say, well, the angel is squeezing him. But we know he is feeling pressure. He's feeling physical pressure. He's feeling spiritual, psychological, mental, biological. He's feeling pressure. He's feeling squeezed, because the experience is doing that. Now, sure, some people have neatly put it out like, okay, first he said this, then the angel said this, then he said this, then the angel said this, and they've got a nice full conversation. But the chances are that conversation, in the way people are saying it, nobody was there, and the Prophet was in a state of being overwhelmed when he comes back, and he is overwhelmed with revelation for at least 1.5 years, and there ain't really Muslims. So is it likely that we're going to have a precise, accurate, time-stamped kind of conversation of what was going on in the cave? I don't think so. I think these things are done with good intention, but people telling other people, like maybe somebody is telling their children how Islam began after the time of the Prophet, and they've heard from someone, and they're putting it in their words. But they know that the first verse, we all agree that the first verse is Iqra, that was revealed. And they know that the Prophet initially felt, obviously it was challenging, and they're putting it, and maybe some people have put it in their words and they've come up with it in this conversation. So that's how I would view these things. But it's fine. There's nothing wrong. If somebody would ask me, is there something wrong in reading this conversation or teaching it like this? Sure, you can teach it. There's nothing wrong with it. You could say, well, look, this happened, this happened. What are the chances that it was a mirror image, that it happened 100% like this sentence was said and this sentence and this sentence? I think that's probably going to be very difficult that it was like that, since nobody was there to report these things. But sure, is the gist of it, the overall gist, going to be captured in this story? Yeah, it is. In this narration, it is. So that's how I see it. But as to what Ghamidi Saab has said, I'm going to have to watch what Ghamidi Saab has said, and then I can comment on that. But Farooq, shukran. Oh, sorry, we never got to Karnataka. Right.
Yeah, please move it.
Sure. Yep, go for it. What's going on right now? Since
I mean, the judgment has already been given yesterday, I think, yesterday morning.
Yeah,
that it's not an obligation.
What's not an obligation?
The hijab. The hijab, as in, I mean, I actually don't know the classification, because
sorry. What's
some people? Yeah.
What have the court said?
I mean, I think they asked people to prove it from the Quran. I think that. But they came to the conclusion that it is not an obligation in the religion, so you can't wear it in an educational institution.
You can't wear it.
Yeah, I mean, you can cover the head, I think, but the face niqab is not allowed. That I'm sure of it.
Okay, so because what I was aware of was the school had started this. Some of them politically kind of fueled, and they had started this with the niqab and the hijab.
Yes.
And then the issue, they refused the girls' entry into college. Then the issue was taken to a local council or something, and I think they supported it, but they said we got to wait till it goes to court. Has it been to Supreme Court, or was it going to go to Supreme Court? Or
no, it went. Actually, it was the right move to do to go to the court.
Yes, of course.
Because people are not even though people think that yes, we can resolve it, but people are not that
open-minded,
intelligent, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, people think they are open-minded, but they are not, really not.
Yeah.
But I mean, if I show you to someone, then first of all they will ask me even if this guy is a Muslim. Let it be scholar.
Kya baat hai. It's good to live in some obscurity.
Yes, but I came across your videos I think 1.5 years back, when I was actually going through Isa alayhi salam spoke at birth.
Okay.
And that time I came across your videos, which was, I don't have the word for it. It was like madness. Because what was this guy even saying? And I thought you were actually drinking alcohol that time, because you used to have it. But then I thought, okay, maybe he's a very learned person who is not a Muslim, but he knows so much about Islam. But then I came to know that you are actually Muslim. I mean, I don't mean any disrespect.
No. It's it's good to understand and to experience what other people experience. And to be fair, in hindsight, I things, I guess we all live life and we reach where we are, and that's why we can see from where we are. And I do think as well that this is why one of the reason I kind of stopped that show is because I did feel that it was not on a path to where I want to be, and not on a path to where I want things to go. So yeah, and I don't think, if I'm going to be fair, that like you mentioned, I obviously on purpose entertained certain things, and I didn't really help the situation. I
Yes.
allowed those kind of jokes. So naturally, when you're saying, "Look, I thought you were drinking alcohol," because sometimes I would crack those jokes, and so therefore, it's in
I
many
mean,
ways.
it was not judgmental.
No, it's not judgmental. I mean,
It
I'm
it was
saying to
obvious
myself,
that you were a knowledgeable person. It's just that I did not think even for a second that
yeah,
you must be a Muslim. I was
sure,
sure of it that okay, of course, this guy knows what he's talking, so let's
yeah.
listen to him.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah, I mean,
But
it must
look
be a
where,
few months.
but look
You
where,
have
look
you
where it
had
stopped
put
you
up
to.
that prelude. There is no second coming of Isa alayhi salam,
Yes, 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 yes. I remember.
and
No,
I
that's
was
quite
sure
old,
of
but
it.
yeah,
Yes, yes. I mean, it's quite old, but
yeah,
that's not when I saw it, and
yeah.
I was pretty sure of it that even if I listen to each and everything this guy says, I'm not going to accept that this particular thing
Hmm.
that Isa alayhi salam won't return. I mean, what is he even talking about?
Sure.
But now times have changed. I have changed.
Hmm.
I
That's
I
it.
do. Yes, I mean, I don't accept everything you say, even now. But
I don't think I do either.
of course,
I think
of
I keep
course,
changing my own mind every now
yes,
and then.
yes, yes.
So I expect
I mean,
people to.
yes, yes. It was really interesting because when I went through your Monday nights, uh, you actually have one Monday night when you actually tried to reason it out how Nuh alayhi salam was living for 950 years.
Mhm.
There was a time, and then later I came across the video where you have actually put out a cut excerpt from the Monday nights, another Monday nights, where you have said that no, he was not living for 950 years, and then you started that you kafir.
I don't. I don't. Yeah, I guess that's it. I think I can't remember how many of my own views have changed, but I know a lot have changed over time.
Yes,
Um,
I mean this
and
was a clear cut
yeah.
one because I was pretty sure that you were not going to uh, uh, go with an what do you say? I don't remember the word for it. I mean, it's clear cut, I will say. Clear cut verse of the Quran, and you will
Okay.
not say that it might not happen or it might be a
Mm,
different understanding.
sure, sure, sure. Yeah. I think, what it is that there's certain things which we don't think about in much detail. It's like we have a belief, but we don't really, it's not in, it's like how Jordan Peterson speaks about certain things. He says high resolution and low
Yes,
resolution. And so it's like we have many beliefs which are low resolution, and we've
yes,
not really looked into them. But once we do, we bring them high resolution, then they get unsettling, if they're to be unsettling, or maybe they're fine. But it's at that point we question. And there's many things like that for so many years I may have not really brought into high resolution with myself. And when I did, it then either affirmed or it unsettled. And I thought, okay, well, what do I actually believe about this? And the more I thought about them, then, and obviously you need to research as well, and research changes with years. You read something here, you learn something there, it kind of keeps adding up. So yeah, but yeah, Farouk, no, epic. I really appreciate you sharing these sentiments and thoughts. It's really great to hear it
uh,
on this end as well.
the can I ask another question? It's a
uh
personal one.
okay, but we are going to wrap up it quite quickly. It's been 4.5 hours.
uh, I just wanted
Yeah.
to know the update regarding the attack which happened.
Oh, right. Okay. Shukran.
I
Yeah.
mean,
So
to be
no,
fair, you never actually publicly said anything about this.
no, I've spoken about it quite.
Have you?
Yeah. I've spoken it on quite a few of these shows actually. So
Okay,
yeah. So
that's
what?
why I must have missed it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So what's? Yeah. So alhamdulillah. No, that's good. What we do know is that there was arrests. There was and there
Okay.
are charges being pressed. So alhamdulillah. As far as I'm concerned, I do hope that they get what they deserve in terms of the full weight of the law. So I have spoken to the officers. They visited. Obviously, here the system takes a while. So before when the arrests are made, I think the arrests were made within certain weeks, and then it can take easily about a year for prosecution, and yeah, so that's going on. So that's that. It's still, as far as I'm aware, when I spoke to the officers, they're pressing charges and just waiting with that. Yeah,
Okay.
but good. I mean, the way I see it is, obviously, you see each thing from its own perspective. What those people did was incredibly. It was in and of itself
I think
just so despicable.
stupid is the best word.
It was so despicable from
Yeah.
the utmost kind of degree, obviously, and they themselves, I guess, should and deserve the consequences of that. That said, the event, unbeknownst to them, to the people who did it, the perpetrators, it triggered a chain of series of events after it, which were linked to this, but not of it, but more so what you have in exponential causation. So let's say when this happened, obviously people are finding out, then other things, let's say I'm connecting with people like I'm connecting with you, but obviously this is the show, but let's say in the real world, and so many things, that was so much goodness came out of it as a consequence, in spite of it being very horrible. So alhamdulillah, in a way, I won't lie, when it happened, I couldn't envisage any goodness to come from it, and I could only see it as a very dark and terrible kind of chapter in my life. But it actually turned within, I would say, at least about a few weeks. It turned to blossom, and then it continued to blossom so powerfully that till today I'm seeing like all the warmth and the benefits. And I don't mean from this, but just from following it, and the connection with people, and including actually this show is one of the fruits, is that I took such a big break, and then I kind of really realigned my own thoughts, and just people as well. The amount of really warm connections I've made with people on a very personal level that are still right now going on very meaningfully in my life. All followed from this. So it is true, inna ma'al usri yusra, that with difficulty comes ease. And sometimes we can just see the tragedy, but maybe behind it, Allah has hidden so many
Yes.
blessings.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So,
Yes. I have actually seen that in one of your videos. That
sure.
you said, I really can't explain it, but it
Yeah.
just happens sometimes. You said that about I think spending on things, that
Yeah.
if you
No, it's
give it to someone and
oh
it actually comes back in some mysterious way, then okay, I can't
yeah.
explain it. That's what
No,
you
it's
said.
so true. It is true. It is true. There's sometimes things that are mystical, but they happen, and you think, wow, you know what? Actually, as horrible as this thing is, but
Yes.
you know what? There's just like Allah unlocks for you just a whole new level. And even I have to say, like it took me on a different level of consciousness. And I think I can't, like a whole new plateau. Like there was an absolute paradigm shift in consciousness in the months that followed. And
Yes.
part of that was me kind of just not doing certain things and focusing on mindfulness and meditation and other things. And it really took me to a different level, which I'm so grateful for, because I really see the headspace and the heart space that I'm in and my level of consciousness, and I see it from before, like when you said that show, and I don't like where I was then. I don't like it. Although you see, when like now when I see some of the Monday nights thing, I don't I don't like it. So I think to myself, it's interesting that how I feel the change. It's almost like years went by, honestly. Like it feels like in those 5 months, something like 5 years went by. And so I'm just, I have to say, shukran lillah, awalan wa akhiran. And yeah, and the Lord works in mysterious ways, man. He does. You know what? We've got to wrap this up, Farooq, because it's gone over
Yes.
4.5 hours. And there were other people I did want to bring them on, but it's just gone on for so long. Nobody's gonna watch the damn show. It's too long. they're gonna be like, yeah, I ain't watching that. Who's gonna watch?
No, I do
You know?
watch almost all of your shows, but it's a little weird because I'm used to listening to you in 2x speed,
Yeah, no, that's fine. I listen to
not even
certain things.
1.5. I mean,
I do speak quite with a lot of my
yes,
speed
yes,
is
yes,
slow, so I think it must speed it up. Yeah. So,
yes.
but this is it. I every week say to myself, you know what? Nobody's gonna watch these things if it's too long. You gotta just do 2 hours. I say this to
Well,
myself. It's like that
it's been a month.
poem.
I have been trying to get on
It's
because
that.
each and every day, I mean, I get the YouTube notification, then I'm sleeping that time. And when I actually try to join, you're already done with it, and you
Yeah.
say, "Okay, we have to wrap it up." And I know I
There's
won't be getting on it.
the poet. He says, "रोज ये कहता हूँ कि भूल जाऊं तुम्हें, रोज ये बात भूल जाता हूँ." He says, every day I say I have to
Yes.
forget you, but every day I forget this thing. I forget what I'm supposed to forget. But yeah, so on a quick side note, that I
Yes,
noticed the viewership in India has increased quite a bit, actually.
of course.
Yeah, there's quite a bit. I mean, it's overtaken what is it, Canada, and it's quite it like ranks, I think, number 3, like we're the most viewership, following
I mean,
UK and the
when you
United
say
States.
viewership in Canada,
No,
actually, it also means
okay,
the people who already know Hindi or Urdu. Many of them already know Hindi or Urdu, and
yeah.
I mean, there
No,
some of them are
what
right as well.
mean,
Yes,
Magar, what I mean is the YouTube analytics. I was
yes.
just seeing this yesterday, actually. I just clicked on it after ages, and it showed that like the most viewership is from the UK, then followed just after by the States, the US, which I knew. But then number 3 was India. I was like, wow, acha. Aisa hai ka? It's like, it's in India. Kya baat hai? And then I was like, wow, I didn't expect. And Canada was like number 5, because there was one point it was like the UK, US, Canada for viewership. And then I think number 4 was Pakistan, and then it was Canada. I was like, wow, okay. It's interesting. I'm getting a different kind of following. I don't. It's chalo. Well, it's good, man.
No,
Spread the
because
love.
people
Spread the
who
love.
had that problem with your laugh or making jokes on others, right now you don't have that. I mean,
True,
you
true,
do
true, true,
yes, you
true. No,
do a little bit like you had that professor. I don't
Professor.
remember his name. And when he was saying that I used to talk to female staff, and you said, you naughty, naughty, professor.
Oh, you're talking about the mind trap. I had Dr.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yusuf. Yeah. No, jokes. The jokes थोड़े बहुत तो होने पड़ते हैं यार. You got to do some kind of
No,
humor. It's
I
life. It's
actually
life.
showed your videos to one of my cousins. He said,
Mhm.
यार वो बोलता सही है, जब देखो हंसता रहता है.
ऐसे ही रहना चाहिए. At least a person could be like, yaar, at least I spent most of my life smiling and laughing. Chalo,
Yes, yes, you should.
You wouldn't be sad on the way out. You'd be like, yeah, because otherwise that's going to be one hell of a regret, huh? Okay, gosh, if only I laughed more. That's gotta hurt. That's gotta hurt. May Allah, you know what? May Allah make everybody smile and laugh. I mean, always, because it's something which is so, it costs nothing, but we forget about it. That, you know, just to smile and laugh, it's free and it's actually so healthy. It cures, you know, if you ever feel it cures, so it can cure illnesses almost. Like if you,
Yes, yes.
yeah, it does amazing stuff. Farooq ji, इजाजत लेते हैं आपसे
जी बिल्कुल.
and we better wrap this up. And बहुत खुशी हुई.
One last thing, please try to do the Bukhari Gate video in Hindi or Urdu.
Yeah, Hindi Urdu में कुछ करना पड़ेगा यार.
Yes.
Demand ही ससुरा demand ही ऐसी होगी. We gotta do some kind of, yeah. I have thought about it, and yeah, inshallah. Let's उम्मीद रखते हैं. दुनिया उम्मीद पे कायम है. So let's have the hope.
जी.
I'll leave you to it. Take care. Stay blessed. Much love, Farooq ji.
Yes.
Salamullahi alaik. People, that was Farooq from India. And as you've heard, I really went on way too long today. Nobody's going to watch my damn thing. Yeah. People are going to be like, yeah, just, oh. Anyway, much love to all of you guys. You know, I seriously, I can't believe you guys are still online all these hours. May Allah bless you all. Keep you all smiling. Spread the love. If you do want to reach out, Instagram is the place. Definitely drop me a message there. Do follow me as well. You know, sometimes I'll have some people say, Mufti, they message me, you know, I'm such a big fan. Yeah, you know, I've got this question. Can you answer this question? And I'll be like, yeah, who is this person? Click on the profile. Acha, doesn't even follow me. I'm joking, yeah. So I do try to respond to everyone I can. But yeah, if you do have any suggestions for Mind Trap guests, you can always ask them, message me. Remember, if they're interesting and interested, then reach out to me with suggestions. And also, more than welcome to join the Patreon. It is a subscribed, paid for membership. Different tiers, but different benefits from joining the Discord called Mindscape, my Discord server, that is, to having maybe just chatting on there, to having Q&A on there, to having a monthly, mid-monthly meetup that we have for the Patreon group, to having one-to-one perspective sessions. Acha, aisa bhi hota hai. Yes, everything comes at a price, man. No, you know what it is? I have to, yaar. I have to do this to force myself to commit. Believe me, yaar, my nafs, it is nafsun abiyya. It doesn't, I get too otherwise forget it, you know, and I'll just get distracted. But I have to force myself to commit. Take care, people. May Allah keep you all blessed. Much love. Salamullahi alaikum, as always. Wa khuda.